Abominable.
Abominable.
Fuck you. I'm tired.
I'm not tired. So take a nap then 5 missiles. That's really funny. You should watch that. End of the world.
Don't mess with this one.
Yeah. I hate Adam Sandler. I'm also never allowed to play Adam Sandler in Fury's presence. Fury fucking hates Adam Sandler. Very much like his brother's humor. What? You've been fucked the fuck off, Jack. What about that?
You left with the smoke, man. Yeah.
What? What? Doing that?
I know, but love. I'm tired. Moving right now makes me burp and fart.
Oh, good. So how you get out of like not having to get anything, and I'll get everything for you. Is you threatening me with gas?
I'm gonna fart. What a cute. I'm gonna fart. Is that where we are?
Is that where we're at?
Is that where we are?
No, you're fat.
He's persecuted. Poor cat.
Look, he's just like getting hated on for being a fatty. Poor Loki.
I mean, it's you guys' fault.
It's his fault. He fucking steals food.
He is fat.
My cats are like dogs. My dog's like a cat. The bird hisses at the cats.
The bird's a bird.
But it can hiss at like a cat and scare away the cats. So killed cat. Killed cat's too stupid.
Yeah, I started watching that. Cyberpunk.
Hmm? Hmm?
Makihama. Okay. I'm gonna sit up.
Good for you. Good for you, champ.
Don't touch your leg.
Sorry.
I like that you said that.
Said that for me.
Yeah. I like that you have my back.
Against my own disses.
Yeah.
I'm undermining my own disses.
Well, I actually make me shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down sometimes. I don't care, shut the fuck up, yeah, Nick. She's bored of you, though. Never bored of me, but sometimes I'm too much. But it's good, yeah, I think like that, so I don't become too much, right?
I guess. I don't think it's free.
Oh, I think you do.
Well, I do. I said you don't.
I think you have to worry. What? Why? Nothing to worry about. Yes, it's Christmas. Every single thing I've been seeing on that right now has Christmas on the fucking title. Figured out that.
Lethal Weapon 3. Yeah, Christmas related, yeah.
Yeah, they always do it at Christmas. Lethal Weapon,
Really?
they always come back on Christmas. It's nothing having to do with Christmas. What was that? Mad Love.
All the girls I worked with should have dog named my dogs.
Mad Love.
Thought that was really cool though.
My Christmas and you use more,
Wanna go?
you use more
Out.
tape on your wire than I use on my hockey stick. Did you hear
Yeah, hockey stick tape.
me? I said, you use more tape on your wire than I use on my hockey stick. Okay, maybe not. I thought you were using the whole thing for your little wire. Like, Jesus Christ.
No.
Double cup. I did watch it.
This one is very wet. Is it? Oh, check this on this.
Is she okay? For no reason.
What? What's that?
Oh, okay. And itchy armpit for absolutely no reason.
You scared the shit out of me. The night before Christmas. Oh, wow. The knight as a shining armor. The night before Christmas. Hey,
What?
be part of this.
What?
Bridgerton.
Be part of Suffer with this one.
Hey, be part of this. Kengan Hashira.
There's agony of bad B movies.
Seven women and murder. Oh, wow. See, I'm having fun. Just watching that. What was that? And white noise. Cerebral dark comedy.
There you go. No one. What? What do you want? Jack.
You want that? I don't know, like that again, right?
I have two, but I can't find the cord to go with it. All the cords I was putting in it didn't fit.
What do you mean?
It's like super thin.
No, it's this.
No, it's not. It's the DC one, yes. The fat one. But there's another one for the AC.
Okay. This one's supposed to work. This one's supposed to work.
It's not.
Actually, jiggle it.
It's not for that. It's not that. It's the fat one.
Okay.
I'm telling you. Let's do. Okay. Hey, this thing. This is actually actually helpful.
Uh-huh.
It's an adapter.
Nice.
Oh. Okay.
Nice. Once upon a time,
What?
dreamland.
Those are very expensive.
Huh?
Those are very expensive glasses.
Cleansing? Cleansing.
Glasses.
Cleansing glasses.
No, something about blue something.
It's red.
I'm well aware of that.
What?
I'm well aware of that.
I don't know. Are you? It's blue. You guys don't get it.
I don't get most things anymore.
Lethal Weapon 2?
No.
I am a killer. Holy day. Oh my god.
What?
She was throwing something to me.
What?
Well, she was throwing something to me.
English.
I was sure you were throwing
No.
something to me.
I'm not.
What do you mean English? Listen, Jesus. The School of Good and Evil. Okay, moving around. Not so many Christmas, not so many Christmas. I want to see the moon.
Okay.
What? She's like, okay.
How would I describe myself? You've been described as a pseudo art by academics.
Did you know that you were picking a fight with academia? Because there are a lot of people that just don't want to do it.
You have been at the front of the line for decades, and you exposed me to a lot of these controversial ideas that have now been substantiated.
Well, I'm Graham Hancock. I don't claim to be an archaeologist or a scientist. I am a journalist, and the subject that I'm investigating is human prehistory. Humans are a species of amnesia. We have forgotten something incredibly important in our own past. And I think that that incredibly important forgotten thing is a lost, advanced civilization of the Ice Age. I spent decades searching for proof of this lost civilization. At sites
What they came up with is amazing.
my aim is to
Places.
keep these clues.
And that seems extremely strange.
To show you evidence that challenges the traditional view of human history.
It pushes back these days far, far back.
Ancient structures built with surprising sophistication.
It's the most amazing archaeotechnical site in North America.
Revealing the fingerprints of an advanced prehistoric civilization.
This pillar is archaeologists have to study.
The possibility of civilization emerging earlier than we think gets
Absolutely demand the rewrite of history as we know it.
Of course, this idea is upsetting to the so-called experts, who insist that the only humans who existed during the Ice Age were simple hunter-gatherers. That automatically makes me enemy number one to archaeologists.
Why not just say we don't know? This is a spectacular mystery and leave it at that.
It's my job to offer an alternative point of view. Perhaps there's been a forgotten episode of human history, but perhaps the extremely offensive, arrogant, and patronizing attitude of mainstream academia is stopping us from considering that possibility.
Well, what the fuck do you want? Go on the bed. Stay there.
Part one. Once there was a flood.
For 30 years, I've been looking for something I was told couldn't possibly exist. An advanced human civilization much older than our own, lost to history. The mainstream version of history says that embryos says that after the end of the Ice Age, on their own initiative, our hunter-gatherer ancestors began farming and raising livestock, creating settlements.
Sorry about that.
Huh?
Creating settlements and eventually cities until the first civilizations emerged around 6,000 years ago. But new discoveries keep on pushing the horizon back. One such discovery has been made here, in Indian on the most populated island, Java. About 4 hours south of Jakarta, the village of Carrion. I'm here to investigate one of the most remarkable and controversial archaeological discoveries of our time. The initial evidence has utterly confounded mainstream archaeologists because it calls into question everything we talk about the prehistory of humanity. It's a site that raises a disturbing question. What if an advanced civilization flourished here in Indonesia during the Ice Age? A civilization that we lost to history until now. This is
Couldn't padang. Seems to be a mountain,
Oh.
but it's not.
Local people speak with awe of this mysterious happening.
It's a building.
Pilgrims come from far and wide to understand the They purify themselves and transition stream to base before heading up the hill. 360 feet. The climb upwards is hard work. But worth it. Once you reach the For a long while, archaeologists thought it was just another hill in the jungle. But there was a problem with it. You get to the summit and you see these blocks scattered across the landscape. All these single stone slabs, still about place in Indonesia's volcanic landscape. But blocks like these are naturally formed. They're called columnar jointed and are created when volcanic rock, in this case basalt, cools and cracks into distinctive shapes. At first sight, this early device could be mistaken for a natural formation of volcanic rock, which is why archaeologists were so slow to investigate it. But take a closer look, and it becomes obvious that these rocks have been cut, repurposed as building materials, and placed by human hands. Among the fallen masses of fallen stone, traces of structures show up all over this hill. Mounds, rectangular rooms, and long walls on carefully laid out terraces.
There's some all over the world. In the Grand Canyon, you think it's a big mountain? It's not. It's a building.
They assumed that
Same
any
as where it's
structure
flooded.
would prove to be less than 2,500 years old.
We don't know about that's forgotten.
The team also assumed that the ancient builders of Gunung Padang had found the blocks of columnar jointing naturally present at the site. But then they discovered something strange.
The columnar joint is imported from another region, from another location.
That means that every one of these blocks has and each weighing up to a third of a ton were carried to this hill. When Dr. Akbar's team first surveyed the site, they quickly found evidence that humans had been present. Cultural
This cultural area on the surface is from 500 BC. But at 4 meters depth, we found another cultural area. It is from 5,200 BC. very surprising. We are very shocked. It is very old.
7,000 years ago, far from being builders on such an epic scale, there's no evidence that the people of this region were anything other than simple hunter-gatherers. What could have motivated them to make that immense effort of bringing all these blocks here?
I'm not really sure about the function of this site. However, we still not found skeleton or human bones, so it is not burial site. Perhaps it is for ceremonial ritual.
We're dealing with truly a mystery here, a mystery that needs to be explored. It wasn't until another investigation looked even deeper into the site that an extraordinary new possibility began to force itself on those searchers. That they might be confronted by the work of a civilization lost to history. Dr. Danny Hillman Natarajaja studied at Caltech, but now works for Indonesia's Geotechnology Research Center. As a geologist, Dr. Hillman knew there was something very strange about the Republic. Exploring this, he found that the column vessels don't just run at the top of the hill. They also wrap around its terraced slopes, covering an area of at least 37 acres. This exposed section between two of the terraces appears to be some sort of retaining wall.
There are some archaeologists I could who are still convinced that this is all entirely natural. I mean, I know this is natural rock, but they're suggesting the whole layout of the thing is natural as well.
They are natural, but the position now is not in a natural position.
And normally vertical,
Vertical, yeah,
and here it's laid on its side.
and also it's not cut like this.
Yeah.
Or it's cut into like 1.5 meters.
Right.
There's something else Dr. Hillman noticed. Between the blocks,
The natural position, there is no ground mass in between. It will be very tight together.
Tied together?
In between this
Yeah, they're very tight.
there is the mortar.
It's very tight.
The sequence is like 5 centimeters and it's very consistent.
Right. So they're kind of leveling out the construction blocks. The more to the put their delivery design being as part of the construction process.
Yeah.
as I began to investigate this is where the surprises began to appear. Dr. Hillman started to realize as he put together all the that the Gunung is much more than just a hill. The ancient site of Gunung Padang. The north side features a spiral climbing more than 300 feet until it reaches the first 5 terraces. Covering an area about 490 feet by 130 feet wide. The entire floor is ringed by retaining walls of column basalt. Using an estimated 50,000 blocks, it's a massive terraforming project that remodeled the volcanic hill into what can best be described as a step pyramid.
So this is all foundation process here. Yeah.
It's not the same shape of pyramid like mine.
It's a similar idea that it rises in terraces to a point.
But it has other circular features.
Indeed.
There's a question of definitions here. How do we define it? If we define it as a structure that rises in a series of terraces to the summit, that's what we're looking at Gunung Padang. And the fact that such an ancient pyramid exists here at all could radically alter what we know about the capabilities of our ancestors. Archaeologists currently believe the oldest pyramid in the world dates to around 4,700 years ago. And it's not in Egypt, but in Peru. But Dr. Hillman has found evidence that Gunung Padang could be even older. So how old is it really? Who built it? And why? Dr. Hillman and his team turned to technology usually deployed in geological surveys to look for answers deep inside the structure.
So we have three methods here. The GPR,
Yeah, that's ground penetrating radar.
the ground penetrating radar,
Yeah.
and the resistivity tomography,
Yeah.
and also the seismic tomography.
Previously, archaeologists had dug down into the site only a few meters and in a few isolated trenches. This new technology covers much more ground and goes far deeper.
So we're gonna do the ground penetration radar, the GPR surveys.
Ground penetrating radar emits pulses of radio waves into the ground. When they hit something, they bounce back, and that data is recorded and analyzed.
We chose the frequency of 40 meters could penetrate down to like 30 meters. Okay, let's go.
The more Dr. Hillman and his team learn from their scans of the interior, the more mysterious it's become. The nature of the structures underground became more and more complex, although the columnar basalt was always there and was always used as a construction material. Seismic tomography, in particular, has uncovered an intriguing spot deep inside the hill.
It has a seismic velocity about 200 meters per second.
Right. Which in layman's terms means what exactly?
That's a void.
A void, an empty space. And you can get a sense of the shape of that empty space?
Yes, as you see here, it's a rectangular.
It's a rectangle.
So-
Yeah,
And the spot is just right
yeah,
because in the center of this site,
right.
beneath the terrace one, there's also a chamber
Yeah.
connecting to this chamber beneath the second terrace.
What Dr. Hillman and his team have discovered are at least 3 large rectangular chambers, one around 10 meters down, perhaps an entrance hall of some kind. It seems to have an access tunnel leading to a larger main chamber, and another passage connecting to a third chamber between 20 to 30 meters deep, all 3 located right along the central axis of the site.
I'm very intrigued by all these chambers. There's so much wishing you could get the archaeologists to actually excavate this site.
When we see these chambers, 3 chambers, it's just like we are amazed.
You know you found something significant.
Sure.
Yeah, it's unmistakable. Yeah. But to historians and the archaeologists who first excavated this site, Dr. Hillman's discovery just doesn't make sense. The accepted timeline of human history tells us that the tribe of hunter-gatherers living atop the hill around 7,000 years ago wouldn't have been capable of building a structure of this colossal size. A mystery crying out for investigation. To put a date on this hill that's not a hill, Dr. Hillman and his team turned to another geological tool, core drilling. As expected, samples of the top 2 layers dated from 3,000 years ago back to around 8,000 years ago. But when they drilled to 15 meters, around 50 feet or so, they found something completely unexpected. Those sections had been laid out around 11,600 years ago. pushing the origins of this site back to the end of the last ice age. And Dr. Hillman's discoveries didn't stop there. Going further down, around 100 feet or so, he hit the earliest layer of construction.
What time put data when this was shaped?
Layer 4 could be before 30,000.
Could be before 20,000.
So Europeans were pulling up datable materials that dated way back as far as 24,000 years ago. Organic materials clearly associated with structural elements now deeply buried. And this convinced Danny, and I must say it convinced me, that Gunung Padang goes back to a remotely ancient origin. Danny's findings are utterly extraordinary and bewildering. The other two archaeologists had regarded it as a long-established fact that no large-scale structures were built anywhere in Southeast Asia until around 4,000 years ago. Your datings of this structure put it right back to the Ice Age. So for me, this raises a sense of enormous excitement. I can't help wondering whether those chambers contain some evidence or information that might have a bearing on my search for a lost civilization.
Yes, I think we know little about our history.
Right.
I think we miss
This is an idea that mentioned is very hard to accept. The notion that it's a man-made structure is no longer seriously disputed. But what archaeologists find very hard to swallow and very hard to accept is that the origins of this structure could date back as much as 24,000 years to the depths of the last ice age. What the scholars seem reluctant to get to grips with is that the Ice Age was a very special time, when the world was very different. You see, back then, 20,000 years ago, Earth didn't look the same as it does now. The island of Java wasn't an island. It was the southernmost part of a vast Southeast Asian continent, a continent that geologists call Sundaland. During the last ice age, sea levels were about 120 meters, 400 feet, lower than they are today. So what is now the Java Sea was actually an enormous landmass extending out from the mainland of Asia. Sundaland covered an area around 695,000 square miles, about the size of the western United States. It was an entire subcontinent. We know that tribes of hunter-gatherers thrived on Sundaland's abundant water. As far back as 45,000 years ago, and probably much further back. One shape or another, more technologically advanced culture have been present here as well. In a cold and forbidding world, this huge Southeast Asian landmass, living amongst several warm and inviting locations where early humans might have had a real stab at developing an advanced and sophisticated civilization. I think that whoever built Gunung Padang shared our planet with the hunter-gatherers who we know were also widely present at that time. It's not such a wild idea. Even today, the technologically advanced nations of the world coexist with hunter-gatherer societies like the San in Namibia, or the Lacandon in Mexico, or the Kazakhs in western Mongolia. Different cultures at different levels of development have always lived alongside one another. Gunung Padang suggests that some culture was around in the area of the Sunda Shelf, which was capable of creating a gigantic megalithic structure. One that specialized in building with blocks of columnar basalt. It's a style of construction I've seen before in this part of the world. On the tiny Pacific island of Pohnpei, at a site known as Nang Madol. It too was constructed using volcanic basalt blocks, laid out one atop the other, just as it did in Padang. Archaeologists believe most of the construction visible at Nan Madol today dates to around 900 years ago, when the blocks were quarried at a neighboring island. Despite my explorations on previous visits, I found several of its megalithic pillars extending out below the waterline, suggesting that earlier versions may have been constructed when sea levels were lower during the last ice age. Kurgun and Padang's architects have made it across the South Pacific to Micronesia. And if so, well, I believe it has something to do with what happened around 12,800 years ago, when the Ice Age suddenly and quite dramatically shifted gears. Things had gradually been getting warmer for quite a long period of time. And then suddenly, two things happen at once. First, global temperatures plunge to the level that they were at the peak, almost literally overnight. And secondly, there's a sudden and inexplicable rise in sea level. Now, normally, in an ice age, when you enter an ice age freezing, you do not expect to see a large amount of ice being dumped from the world ocean. What has been turned into ice. What happened was a literal great flood. Between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, the oceans of the world rose dramatically in a series of immense deluges, one after another. Eventually, the continent of Sunda was engulfed by the sea and lost the world. It prompts the obvious question: could there be more intelligent structures out there in the wide sea, still waiting to be discovered? Goodness knows what was lost to the rising sea level. This epoch of immense floods, many of it did. Nearly every ancient culture preserved traditions of a great flood that swallowed up the earth. Here in Indonesia, the Batak people have their own version of this global flood myth. Once, long ago, the earth grew old and dirty. So the creator god Devata sent a great flood to cleanse the earth of every living thing. The last human pair had taken refuge on the highest mountain. But just as the waters were about to drown them, the god repented from ending humankind. He crumbled a clod of earth into being, laid it on the rising flood, forming the islands of Indonesia, and thus the pair were saved. And the pair had children together to repopulate the earth, becoming the ancestors of the Batak people. It's a story of an ancient apocalypse that one finds again and again in traditions from all over the world. But Indian folklore also tells of a fisherman, Manu, who survived a great flood after being warned by a god. From the Sumerians to the Babylonians, the ancient Greeks to the Chinese, all have similar versions of the same tale. The notion that all of this is just a coincidence, just invented independently by individual cultures, doesn't make sense. All these things probably tales that are stories that people pass down from generation to generation that survive this truly global cataclysmic events involving rapid rises in sea level did occur, and suddenly the worldwide tradition of a global flood stops being just a myth and starts being a memory, an account of real events. I'm fascinated by Indonesia's ancient history and the secrets it's beginning to reveal to us upon Padang. But the way archaeology works, there's going to continue to be huge resistance to new evidence. And that's really problematic because science should be open to new evidence and it should be willing to change its mind when new evidence suggests that a change of mind is needed. What sort of reaction have you had from the archaeological profession?
They're still
not accepting it,
Right.
I regret because archaeologists or any other researchers just stop researching.
Very sad. Because at the very least, there's an intriguing mystery here which archaeology should be paying attention.
If we could prove clearly and accept there is advanced human cultures before 11,000 BC, that will be a big step.
I've been arguing that there was a massive global cataclysm about 12,500 years ago that wiped out almost all traces. They were left with these haunting memories, which we try to dismiss and say, no, they're not memories. They're just folklore. They're just a myth. They're just a tradition. I think they're memories. I think they're real memories of something terrible that happened to our ancestors at the end of the last ice age. Preserved in legends, in art, and in stone. And they don't just talk of a great flood. They also reference survivors of the cataclysm, wise travelers who sowed the seeds of humanity's rebirth. It's a tradition that's particularly strong in the same ancient culture that created the largest man-made pyramid on Earth, Egypt. Are we a species with amnesia? Could we have forgotten a vital part of our own story? I'm Graham Hancock, and many archaeologists hate me for trying to find out. The notion of a lost advanced civilization of the Ice Age is extremely threatening to mainstream archaeology because it rips the ground out from under that entire discipline. It removes the foundation. I don't care about that.
There's people that come along, and because of their impact, it changes the way people look at things. When the insults and all the people disparaging his work, he has trekked on and on and on.
What I care about is learning the lessons of the past in order to clear away that fog that surrounds prehistory. And it's a fog because there's no documents. We have to build our picture of the past from fragmentary evidence. Folk stories, legends, myths. These, for me, are all important evidence. And one of the most mysterious and revealing mythologies of prehistory comes down to us through the ancient cultures of Mexico.
Water bottle. Little water bottle. Water bottle. I have those energy kind of, my limbs just want to go themselves. It's kind of weird.
Oui, joyeux magasinage.
Merci. Avec Visa Débit sur votre carte bancaire, payez directement à votre compte de banque. Visa.
Most at this funeral didn't know Maria. They wanted to be here because they knew her story.
My heart is broken. And I can imagine this tragedy for this family.
Maria Leginkovska had only been in Canada for 2 months. She came with her mother and 2 siblings. Her father stayed in Ukraine to fight. He did make it to Fortuna. The Canadian government expedited the visa process, allowing him to be with his family.
The Canadian authorities obviously understood that this is
In Toronto, a fatal attack on a 59-year-old man, allegedly by 8 teenage girls, is sending shockwaves through the city and beyond. The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick has the latest from Toronto Police Headquarters.
Well, police say this started unfolding at some point from 10 p.m. onwards, and that there may have been a couple of altercations and incidents involving this group of girls. There was this stabbing that happened right at the intersection of York and University. For anyone that's ever gone through Union Station in downtown Toronto, that's around where it happened. The stabbing happening just after midnight, police say. A 59-year-old man was the victim of stab wounds. He was brought to hospital and died of his injuries. Police are saying the suspects, as you mentioned, all 8 teenage girls, 3 of them aged 13, 3 of them aged 14, 2 of them aged 16. And police apprehended these suspects, they say, soon after the incident. They all made a brief court appearance on Sunday, and all 8 of them have been charged with second-degree murder. Now, in terms of what we know about the victim, police do know his identity, but they are not releasing his name publicly, Archie. They say they are still notifying the man's next of kin. I just spoke with a detective working on the case. He says the victim has elderly parents. They don't want them to find out about the death of their son through the media, and they are attempting to contact those ill. But the Toronto police are making an appeal to the public for their help with this case, saying they believe there may have been interactions with other victims, possibly other people in Toronto in the area that evening with the group of girls. So they're asking people to come forward if they think they may have seen them or interacted with these suspects. Here's more from the detective.
If they had any contact with these 8 individuals themselves, perhaps they were victimized or they observed behavior that caused them some concern. We would really like to hear from them because we're really trying to track the whereabouts of these individuals. We first know that they were there, which is at 10:30 around Saturday. But we may be mistaken. They may have been down there earlier.
He also said they believe perhaps that the girls met through social media. And they are following that as a possibility, Arthie, because they don't believe there are any other sort of connections between the girls. They say that these suspects lived in different parts of the city, so they didn't have any other known connections at this point, the detective is saying. So they are pursuing the theory that these girls may have connected with each other through social media. But that is all part of the investigation. Detectives said yesterday as well that they did seize a number of weapons from these suspects. Again, these 8 accused teenage girls remain in custody, and another court hearing is scheduled for next week.
Now, Megan, this is shocking many people in the city. What sort of reactions are you hearing?
Yeah, it certainly is. And we have heard reaction. Toronto's Mayor, John Tory, who put out a statement yesterday saying he was deeply disturbed by this story, also expressing his condolences to the victim. Police, by the way, saying that the individual who was killed recently had started using Toronto's shelter system. They believe he was a resident of Toronto, but just this past fall had started staying in some of the city's shelters. We are hearing reaction from people who work in shelters and or organizations that help people experiencing homelessness. Here's what Victor Center told
Now you're saying that, but it could be a gang decision.
Happen in our country, and something that it becomes shocking. Sadly, assault and violence against homeless people is.
Oh, for fuck's sake, give me a fucking break.
And concern.
Huh?
And I think the detective might just want to say this should shock people. that this is a shocking and surprising story. Not surprising that a lot of people in Toronto are talking about this today.
Go up
That
there.
is the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick in
You got
Toronto.
a small glass of milk.
Want some wine?
Chaque fois que je vais dans la région
Ouais,
de
tu
Québec,
veux. Powder in
je
it.
trouve toujours des nouvelles choses.
Non.
Des choses qui me font dire
Non.
je voyage.
Vraiment, mais
Non.
dans Québec, on s'en va bruncher. Oh,
Yeah.
I'll go get you one. Why are you not feeling good?
C'est prêt. Puis en ce moment, au Maestrom, tout est en mode festif, même le menu. Viens de la chercher. Oh, le petit pain de pêche. Après ça, on se fait une petite virée culturelle au musée. C'est super beau, puis le musée lui-même a l'air d'une œuvre d'art.
Fuck up.
You deserve.
Okay.
At a reprieve. It's sort of a relationship Hail Mary pass. And it is all the more galling because it means that something needs to change. Here's the issue here. Some of you say, why can't they change? Let me ask you this. You can't change your personality that much. How do you think they will? Let's say, as an example, let's say you're an extroverted and agreeable person. That's your personality. And being more antagonistic, introverted and narcissistic tomorrow, or in a week or in a year? Yeah, that's what I thought. Probably not. Had a great Q&A recently with great questions from my healing community. You want to come join us if you're interested in deeper dive in healing? That link is in the video notes, and we have these monthly Q&As. But once again in that Q&A, the age-old question of why don't they change come up? Or rather, can they change? Narcissistic personalities are more rigid than ours because it's a little bit maladaptive. You got that. But let's turn the question around because it can really help you in your sort of progression towards radical acceptance. If you look at work by folks like Sandra Brown and her colleagues, she suggests that a personality style, that the personality style that is at greater risk of getting sucked into narcissistic or psychopathic relationships is the agreeable style. And that makes sense. Agreeable personalities are modest, empathic, humble, trusting, they follow the rules, they give of themselves to others, lots of equanimity, they're easy to get along with, as we have in our personality model, that's the Big Five model. And we know that narcissists target empaths, mostly because they know they can get away with a lot of stuff with them. So to all of you out there who are agreeable, let me ask you this. How easily would you be able to start becoming unempathic, manipulative, entitled, arrogant, attention-seeking, and hostile? Now, I know that may sound odd, especially on this channel, because those aren't good things to many of us. But we also know those qualities result in people being more likely to make more money or become leaders, right? If you were to try to be that person, so let's say you try to be that antagonistic person, roll into the grocery store tomorrow and start yelling at the clerk for not moving fast, or walk around and tell everyone how great you are, or monopolize conversations, or interrupt people, or put hostile comments on people's social media feeds, or take advantage of people, or only care about superficial qualities, or only gaslight your friends. How easy would that be for you to start doing that? How would it feel? Let me try it this way. Maybe all of you aren't watching sound agreeable. Maybe some of you are introverted. So let's try that. Introversion is a personality style. Can you change that?
Pour soulager efficacement la douleur, choisissez Tylenol. Preuve clinique à l'appui, il commence.
So, can you change that? Some of you introverts out there are thinking, yeah, I could step out of my comfort zone, go to a few more parties and networking events, talk to a few more strangers. You're not Maybe, yes, you could. And how would you feel afterwards? I'm guessing tired, depleted. Given a choice, would you become a social butterfly and go out 3 or 4 nights a week? Probably not. But you could probably rally from time to time. So, if you can't change your agreeable personality to an antagonistic or narcissistic one, introverted personality to an extroverted one, I really want you to stop and think about the reality or likelihood of the narcissistic person in your life making a change and becoming agreeable and empathic and self-reflective. I know, I can hear you all the way here. Some of you are thinking, well, Dr. Romney, don't be like that. Being agreeable is good. It's healthy. So agreeable people shouldn't have to want to change. They wouldn't or shouldn't, right? Okay. But we also know, the research shows us this, agreeable people don't make as much money. And folks like having enough money, right? I agree that from a psychological perspective, agreeable is good for us. I love me agreeable people, right? It is a pro-social trait. It is associated with greater relationship health. It is good for our mental health. It's good for our physical health. It means you cultivate more social support. But it also makes you a greater target for a narcissistic person. And in the long run, being agreeable may also be risky, because all of those sweet, agreeable people out there, you also tend to blame yourselves for what happens in a narcissistic relationship, rather than recognizing that you still on the narcissist. So you may be thinking, well, is this all subjective or even a value judgment? Does narcissism have its good qualities as well? I don't see it that way. If unkind, dismissive, manipulative, or unempathic to other people, there's any incivility in the world today. I'm guessing that there's a lot of people out there who disagree with me. The fact is, narcissistic people are really efficient because they don't care about other people and they don't waste time on doing things or helping people or doing anything that doesn't forward their cause, even if other people need their help. They're really good at being negotiators because they can be bullies. They're very manipulative. That also helps when you're doing negotiating as well. Narcissistic people are what it takes to succeed, even if that means taking advantage of or manipulating other people. And as you can imagine, they succeed. They make lots of money and people around the world. Lots of people would say, well, those seem like good things if you could do all that and run the world. In fact, one could argue that the qualities that comprise narcissism are a veritable modern-day guide to business and professional success. So maybe narcissistic people have as little incentive to change as the agreeable people do. In fact, it is us unfortunate introverts who may be the most incentivized to change because kind of across the board in the research, extroverts fare better. But as a dyed-in-the-wool introvert here, I am good. Me, cat, TV taken, I'm golden. And if I never again go to another party, I'm fine. It's just easier for me and less exhausting. But I know I can't get away with that in my life. But I also know once a month is about all the heavy social interaction I can handle. And maybe that's that. When you can't understand why, or wonder, why can't the narcissist change? Maybe the easiest way to understand that is to ask the same question of yourself. Can you change your personality or would you want to? Narcissistic personality is more rigid, so change is much harder. And it's hard enough for us. I put it this way because lots of people out there assume they can and will change. At least the introverts can show up to the party. You know why they often show up? Because they have empathy and they know what would matter to their friends. But the narcissistic people don't have the empathy as an incentive. The money and the success, though, may be an incentive again for them to not change. Thinking about it this way is a major driver to foster radical acceptance. If you can see it this way, it may be easier for you to radically accept, not from a place of sad resignation, I guess they're not going to change, but, oh, I get it. I can't stop being agreeable. They can't stop being narcissistic. I hope you all get this. And to all of those agreeable introverts out there, I love you. Do not change a thing. But really think on this, right? Our personalities
Mostly targets you really fast, but there's nagging headaches, uncomfortable period pains, and disruptive muscle aches. You can count on fast, effective relief with Motrin.
DZ has really outdone themselves with these louvered side steps. You're going to want to grab a pair for your vehicle today. Drawing on all their years of experience, DZ has created a unique and innovative.
The hard part to change them too. The healthier the personality, the more movement there is for change, right? The healthier we are, we can say like, okay, I need to get out a little bit more. My friends want to see me. But an introvert will come home and say, oh my, I'm exhausted, right? They'll push themselves out of empathy, but that doesn't mean they're going to start going out multiple nights of the week. The hardest part for people who are in narcissistically abusive relationships is them thinking, why can't they change the part that's so mean to me and other people? Because it's part of their personality, right? And then you're thinking, well, if that's the case, then am I being mean by leaving? You could stay, you're going to continue being treated badly, or you can have that acceptance to say, if I do stay, I got to understand that this is how it is. So if you can see your personality and their personality in a similar way, you're going to start seeing how unlikely it is for them to change. Because just as you're not going to go out into the street, start screaming some entitled rant, they're not about to start being super empathic and saying, hey, let's just talk about our feelings and be vulnerable. And if that's your experience, I completely believe that. That's not going to happen. So it's painful to think that they won't make that change for you. And the problem with so many survivors, they're thinking, maybe it's me. Maybe I have the ability to change that personality. Could a narcissistic person make you less agreeable? No. So why would you be able to do that for them? You'd be like, oh, can I make this relationship work? Can they change? The right question is, can they change enough? Waiting for narcissistic change is the most vexing issue, not just in understanding narcissism, but in understanding people. Can they change? We can certainly change our behaviors, and though it is more difficult, we can even change our habits. Well, many of us have changed some habits, right? But can we really change the essence of who we are? Can we change our personalities? Ish. The less rigid a person's personality style is, the greater the likelihood of change. So the more open a person is to other points of view, the less defensive they are, the more likely they are to see change. So that really puts people with open and agreeable personality stuff at a marked advantage. The problem is that those sweet, agreeable folks keep changing for the rigid folks, and before long, we are all shifting ourselves and all behaving in line with what the rigid folks want or need. And who are the rigid folks? Yep, the narcissistic and antagonistic folks. They're the ones who don't budge. And that right there is the struggle. But this takes us to the bigger question. Can they change or not? Like I said, that may not be the right question about narcissism. The black and white of it is what confuses it, right? So let's get back to this idea of whether they can change enough. Because that's the part that's relevant. A narcissistic person may make some changes. It's unfair to suggest otherwise. I just get out. They may actually start showing on time to your kids' events. They may actually hold their tongue at a time when they would traditionally criticize you. They may stop cheating. They may show up for dinner. The question is it enough? Was it change enough for the relationship to last? Only you know the answer to this. In the last 2 weeks, a spate of therapists who are now running programs for narcissistic folks, 10-week programs, 14-week programs, 6-month programs, some of which blame the other person in the relationship. For example, on a therapy site and on a couples retreat program for folks in narcissistic relationships, The website asks the non-narcissistic partner, are you sure that your behavior isn't triggering them? Or are you taking ownership of your behavior that may be setting them off? Yeah, no, that doesn't work for me. But that tells me that there's a real cottage industry in narcissism that's taking a real interesting turn. Personality change is a massive undertaking, and no more than you can wean me off of cookies in 10 weeks could you change a person's personality in 10 weeks. Listen, a decent therapist may be able to make some narcissistic folks a little more mindful, but I'm willing to bet the farm that at times of stress, that narcissistic person will snap again, and then snap are more likely to occur within a relational context over the years. And I have seen some change, a little more empathy, a little more self-reflection, a little more regulation. However, I also still witness them doing harm in their relationships, still losing their cool, still manipulating when they wanted what they wanted. So the question...
GSU Garda C9 pour aider à prévenir certains cancers et maladies liés au VPH. J'ai fait mon choix parce que le VPH peut...
So the question, can they change? In a black and white, legalistic, hold my feet to the fire, obviously would be yes. Is the change likely? No. The question is, does that change last for a long time? Probably not, unless they're getting some kick-ass long-term therapy and going regularly. Again, that bigger question is whether that change is enough, and more importantly, is that change enough for you? And that depends. For some folks who are committed to keeping marriages together, perhaps the partner stops cheating. That's enough. Or a partner comes home on time and has dinner with the family without yelling. That's enough. In a family member may be on watch enough to stop making insulting comments or being passive aggressive. In a workplace, perhaps a warning or a possible lawsuit plus some therapy can generate a boss who now keeps it together and is a little more accountable. Maybe those things are enough. Walking away from marriages, walking away from a family of origin, walking away from a job, it's always easy. Sometimes a little change is enough for some people. Probably never going to be deep, but it may be enough, because sometimes it's not. It's a catch-22. The people who take the stance that this change that the narcissistic person made isn't enough, and you still invalidate me on your bad days, you still gaslight me, you still rage at me, you still have bad boundaries, that might be enough for a person to say no more. I want more than this. I want more knowing that the blow-ups still occur, or to know that this relationship is never going to go deep. That's not enough for me. I want this change to feel like I can be myself without being judged or dismissed in this relationship. You showing up for dinner is not enough. The people who stay in narcissistic relationships sometimes feel ashamed that they're settling. They know it's never going to be a deep or healthy, flourishing relationship, but at least it's no longer a tragedy. Listen to me, there's no shame in that. Your reasons are your own. As long as you can get down with the radical acceptance and not live in denial, everything's all better and everything's great, things may be a little more bearable, a bit more workable, but often they will come up. Maybe less frequent, but still hurtful. You have to hold space for yourself in which you acknowledge that life, acceptance, good, denial, not so good. Going really deep in relationships, having a full repertoire of respect, kindness, compassion, empathy, mutuality of regard, genuine interest in your partner, that doesn't tend to happen. That is not the market add-on that tends to work. But we can teach people, at least a little bit, to use more empathic language, find alternate behaviors at the time they want to rage. It does happen. Another element of the not enough change may relate to what happened before the narcissistic person tried to change. The damage that led to that moment where they realized they might need to change things might be too absolute, might be multiple betrayals, words that cannot be unsaid, parts of your life you gave up and can't get back now. That just because they made some change, it's not enough. You might have given up on children or certain career goals. You may have lost a childhood. There may have been other forms of abuse. And even if the narcissistic person commits to therapy and actually does shift a little, it can't undo the hurt. It can't unring the bell, and it can't turn back time. Many narcissistic people become rageful at this, which defeats the point. They say, I did the work, I went to therapy, it's not fair, you won't come back. It's also not fair they betrayed you and hurt you. Pissing contests about fairness rarely turn out well. Sometimes things just get broken into too many pieces. I know that for narcissistic folks, hearing that they can't change feels defeatist. I understand that. And listen, I could get into good enough shape to climb Kilimanjaro if I put the work in every day for many years. It's the same for a person with a narcissistic personality style. They can put in the work for many years, and they can do that work every day. There are unicorns out there that have made massive change. And that not only requires one hell of a great therapist who is smart and understands narcissism.
Candidat, c'est maintenant l'heure des chances. Justine. Ah oui, Justine. Je me demande c'est quoi? Je vais pas m'acheter ce que je veux. Je dois aller à Cuba. J'ai winners on Sexy Marshalls.
Et voilà, ça va m'en donner des forces. Tant mieux, pas te le dire, que j'ai comme pas bien dormi récemment. Ah non, hein? Je termine un rhume. Ah, ok. C'est particulier. Mon mucus, drôle de texture. Me dérange-tu de jeter un œil? Je dois avoir un vieux mouchoir à quelque part. C'est pas nécessaire? Non, ça me fait plaisir. C'est parce que j'ai beaucoup de commandes, là.
Understands narcissism, but also understands things like trauma and culture, and that make sure that all of those issues are addressed. But if you are a narcissistic person who is changing, I understand that it can be frustrating to do the work, make the shifts, get better with anger, communicate better, and still your partner leaves or the family member goes no contact. I get that it hurts, I really do. But as I said, sometimes the hurt for the other person that came up to that point is too much. Take solace in the idea that if you indeed do make this change, the future is definitely going to get better and be better. And our most powerful life lessons are sadly often those that are informed by regret. For people who believe they have narcissistic personalities, it doesn't feel good to hear that your change wasn't good enough. And yet, that sense of good enough is what people who have experienced narcissistic abuse have gone through for years. You aren't enough. What you do isn't enough to earn my validation, cherishing, respect, or love. And it never feels good to hear that what we did wasn't enough. We want to make this question about change so simple. Can a person with a narcissistic personality change? Perhaps with effort, grit, perseverance, heart, compassion, and above all, empathy? Yes, you can. Is it enough change? And that's a call that only the other person in the relationship can make. And when it comes to that, there is no right answer.
You have had a narcissist in your life who promised to change. You finally hit the wall and you're like, I am done. And they said, no, I'll change. How many? Just let me know. Just say, yeah, that happened to me. Because it's probably happened to most of us, right? You hit that breaking point. So what happens? What do you do with that when the narcissist promises to change? And remember, please join us and subscribe to this channel because, again, if you see from the comments that this community is amazing, you learn a lot, just as much from me. So let's talk about this. What do you do? What happens when the narcissist promises to change? In some ways, this is a riff on the future faking stuff, on the future faking video. Now, for those of you who haven't seen that, please remember that future faking is when the narcissist keeps you on the hook by promising something down the line. one day when we get married, one day when we travel the world, one day when I retire, one day when we have a baby. I mean, it's that kind of thing. One day. But this idea that I'm going to change, this is diabolical future faking, because this isn't just about some future event. This is about the only thing you have ever wanted in a relationship with a narcissist. The only thing you've ever wanted. What is that? That they would change. That they finally get it and they would change. Listen, if you have even gotten to a level in your relationship where this is the conversation about the need for change, then you may be doing better than most. Because most narcissists have zero insight. They see no need to change. And if anything, they may gaslight and rage at you in a way that leaves you feeling as though you're the one who needs to change. So the narcissist promise to change is sort of, and typically is their last-minute attempt at a reprieve. It's sort of a relationship Hail Mary pass. And it is all the more galling because it means that the narcissist knows that something needs to change. But what are the odds that they will do it? Pretty close to zero. Now, much like future faking, promising that they will change is obviously the ultimate future fake. If you stick around, I will become the person you want me to be. In a narcissistic relationship, it's usually pretty clear what needs to change. For example, it may be that they need to stop cheating, or they need to stop sending shady, inappropriate texts to other people, or they need to stop leering over other women or men on social media, or they need to stop ignoring you when you speak, or they need to stop insulting your friends and your family. You need to generally stop being a jerk. You may have tried to ask them to do any one of these things in 1,000 different ways with the hope that they'll hear it and change. You may have even gone through the futile pursuit of something like couples therapy with a narcissist. And then one day, you give up. You really give up. You give up. You're done. And the narcissist, because they do actually have a lot of sensitivity to abandonment, and they really have a distaste for losing, and their commitment to manipulation and their need for control, because they need to be the one in the driver's seat, will make you the promise that you have been asking for months or years. That day you're mentally checked out is the day they say, I will change. Now, this may manifest in many different ways. They may offer to go to therapy themselves. They may offer to go to sex addiction treatment or recovery groups. They may let you look at their phone every night. And trust me, my dears, they have a new phone hidden somewhere else. They may sit with you and scrub their Instagram. And that's the same deal as the phone. They have another Instagram. They will start doing the things you've always wanted. They'll show up on time.
Motrin targets your pain fast, like those nagging headaches, uncomfortable period pain.
Always wanted. They'll show up on time. They'll stop working late so often. They'll stare into your eyes while you talk. And for a short while, really be committed to getting it right. And those poor folks who are narcissistic may literally wear themselves to the point of exhaustion to get it right. And then, just as you exhale and put away your ideas of splitting up with them or moving out or going no contact, they'll slowly slide back to their old patterns. Now, some of you may be wondering, Dr. Romani, in all your years of doing this stuff, have you ever seen a narcissist make the full 180 in a relationship, become a truly changed person in a relationship? Interestingly, or maybe not so interestingly, the answer to that is no. I have never seen the 180. I've sometimes seen about a 60-degree change. They may keep committing some of their sins, but they might start getting a few other things a little bit more right. This relationship, they really aren't amenable to change. I have seen some situations in which individual narcissistic clients have made some pretty significant shifts, but they could not resuscitate the relationship. In that way, the hurts are just so deep. And this doesn't just happen in romantic relationships. This whole promise of I will change for you. That's typically narcissists will give you that promise when they recognize that they're about to lose someone or lose more than someone, or they're about to lose control of the situation. That's a common promise. Because you can also see this in a family. It may be more rare in a family because the patterns are so set in stone because they're so ancient. You may also see this in the workplace. The toxic boss or the toxic colleague who just constantly encroaches on people's rights. You know, and to save face or to save stock options or to salvage a public face, they may make tearful promises of being a changed man or a changed woman or to commit every day to being better. And then they might go off to a treatment center for a little while or claim to be devoting time to their family, at which time they're probably strategizing a rebranding campaign. And then they're probably likely to make all those mistakes all over again with the new group of unwitting victims. It's a cautionary tale that plays out every single day. So what do you do with this promise to get better that they give you? First of all, you do.
Sounds like you're gonna leave the door open.
For it. Here's the thing. Why would this promise be any different? They haven't kept any of their other promises. There's something intoxicating about finally putting your foot down and saying, I'm not going to put up with this anymore. And you really feel strong enough to
your stuff on the right side.
You only hear the magic words that they're going to change for you, and you're feeling your power. That was the fantasy all along, wasn't it? But don't get so blinded by the fantasy that you fall for it. If you matter enough, even if you did move out or step away or set a big boundary, then they would commit to the work of being better, not for you, but because it's the right thing to do. Making this kind of change, this idea that they're going to change, to win you back over, shifts it to the realm of manipulation, rather than a meaningful commitment to real change. Promising you they will change is their final attempt at winning, to being able to maintain the status quo that gives them power and of flexing their muscle of control. If they haven't committed to changing yet, despite the millions of ways you've asked for it, why would your ultimatum or your laying down the gauntlet all of a sudden be a catalyst for this big change? Frankly, even if it were to take a step out of the playbook of addiction in 12 steps, that idea of hitting a rock bottom may spearhead sobriety. That rock bottom is a very personal process for an addict and doesn't happen because other people demand sobriety. It's because the addict finally faces it down. So if this kind of promise to change is thrown at you, don't let your fantasies run away with you. Don't let that childlike hope run away with you. Keep your eyes wide open. If they want to change, support their goal, and then step away and tell them that this may be a journey that they need to make by themselves. then let them figure out this change out on their time. Don't let them figure it out on yours. If they can do the hard work of therapy, of daily mindfulness, of reflecting of their impact on other people, let them do that. That's a journey that they need to get through on their own.
The Santa
And
one
not
up there?
with enablers, letting them off the hook. And that includes you. After the so-called change is over, then meet with the so-called new improved version of them and assess it yourself. If they actually saw the change through, not knowing if you were going to come back or not knowing if you were going to be there or not, then honestly, that is something worth noting. And then it's on you to tentatively and very carefully re-enter a relational space with them if you choose. But please don't succumb to a false promise. That will only just keep this damaging cycle in place in perpetuity. And I want to say that again. If they make the promise to change, you don't have to reject them harshly and say, I don't believe you. You're never going to change. The right step then is to say, if you're really committed to becoming better, to becoming empathic, to being compassionate, to being kind, if you're really committed to that, then please go do that. Set me free for a while. You go do that. And after you've gone on that journey, come back and talk to me. And if I'm here, we can talk. I have almost never, ever seen a narcissist agree to that. They want to keep you where they need you to get their supply and then play at making this change. Again, this is your life and your choices to make. But if you stick around and give them permission to make their change on your time, that's a change that ain't happening. So again, we'd love to hear from all of you whose narcissists promised to change for them and hear how it all turned out. Because if there were any success stories, those are
C'est créer des expériences sur mesure. Comme quand elle décrit ces véhicules pour nous. Personne ne peut vous faire vivre le welcome.
Might be the narcissist. To which I say, number one, I applaud you for willing to be self-reflective on whatever area you are. As I say, an incredibly stubborn person. Me owning my stubbornness is one of the things that helps me be able to get out of my own way. So I think sometimes identifying patterns is important. Today's video is going to be the 10 things to do if you believe you're a narcissist. Now, this topic is sort of based on different things that I want to, have people sort of think about when they say, I think I might be a narcissist. Because I know that I often say that I believe that this is a pattern that doesn't change. And so the fact of the matter is that I think that this is a pattern that is difficult to change, impossible to change if a person doesn't think it needs to be changed. But for those of you who say, I'm willing to own it, this might be me. Even to people out there who are in relationship with narcissists but don't think they're narcissistic themselves, I highly advise you take a look at this video, and I'll tell you why. If you listen to this and say, there is no way in heck that my partner is even going to do one of these things, that's a wake-up call for you, because that's not a good sign. And for those of you who are in these narcissistic relationships and say, no, I think I might be able to get them on board with some of this. Yeah. There may be a bit of a future, maybe not be fully healthy, but there may be a future you can build through therapy. Those of you who think you're narcissistic, take a look at this. And I want you to be honest with yourself. This is what you need to do. These are the things you need to do if this is going to be a healthy relationship. So before we start this journey, let me ask you to subscribe to this channel and you keep getting, not only the opportunity to weigh in on what you want to see, but more guidance on how to manage narcissism. Hit that bell for notifications. So let's take it on. 10 things to do if you believe you, yourself, are the narcissist. As I said, I've received so many requests for videos addressing the fundamental question, what do I do if I think I'm narcissistic? Listen, I'm not a fan of anyone self-diagnosing or self-labeling, and narcissism, again, isn't a diagnosis. I am a fan, though, of people taking accountability for their behavior, especially when it impacts other people badly, and looking at their patterns. Yeah, it may be, like I said, I'm stubborn. That all falls under a pattern. You might say, I'm doing some of these things. I want to be aware of it. I actually think there's something incredibly courageous about admitting that you may have a difficult personality pattern, such as narcissism, or that you're antagonistic, or any of those things. But that is only courageous if you are committed to actually addressing it. Now, I know some of you watching this channel are rolling your eyes at this video and thinking, Doc, why are you even making this video? You said they really don't change. On a population level and on a probability level, that is true. But I do work with clients who are narcissistic, and I'm heartened to see from the comments I receive that people are watching these videos. They're in relationships that aren't working, families that aren't working, and they are willing to be vulnerable enough to potentially acknowledge it and solid enough to say, okay, I don't want to be this person anymore. I see it. I'm starting to see the body count. I need to address this. I'm going to tell you now, if you think you're narcissistic, this isn't easy. If you're going to change this, it means being self-aware all of the time, catching yourself and not following into your usual patterns of responding. If you tend to lash out when you're stressed or disappointed, then you need to catch yourself and come up with alternative responses. So let's take it from the top. What's the number one thing you need to do? You need to be mindful. This is the money shot. And if you can do this, it will be very healing for you and for everyone else. This requires slowing down how you respond, what you say, and how your words and actions affect other people in real time. This is not about saying the wrong thing now and then apologizing later. It's about being present more often than not and considering other people's feelings when you speak or act. It means pausing before hitting send on the text or the email. It means breathing deep before saying invalidating words. It means believing another person's reality and never doubting it. You can disagree with other people, and you can do it respectfully, but you don't ever get to take their reality away. If this is not how you have run your life to date, it's a major shift. You may find your bandwidth truly depleted at the end of the day because you are now, if you're doing this, you are now actually flexing a mental muscle you don't usually use. It means shelving your contempt for other people or their opinions. Mindfulness means being present and aware in the moment, and not just thinking about what happened weeks, months, or years before, or wondering if I do this mindful thing, is it going to get me what I want down the road? It means being present now, and that is the only way to learn the kind of self-awareness and self-monitoring that is essential for pushing past and addressing your past narcissistic patterns. Number 2, you need to take the word but out of your vocabulary. And this cuts to the core of defensiveness. People with narcissistic personalities tend to be very defensive. You also tend to be very argumentative, and that's a classical part of this pattern. So let's start with an easy, good place. A good place is to eliminate that word but, because it is often the prelude to defensiveness. I know I said that, but go back to the mindfulness piece. Listen to people. Do not shut them down. If you don't agree with them, you can do so respectfully without saying but. And when you are called out for something that may have been uncomfortable for someone else, don't defend yourself. Don't deny their reality. Don't say things like, I never said that, or I didn't mean that. Listen to them. Commit to learning from the interaction and stop defending yourself all the time. It leaves the other person to feel invalidated. Number 3, and this is one of the more important ones, you got to get therapy. You got to get therapy not only to address your narcissism, but also co-occurring mental health issues and family issues. Narcissism is a pattern that often co-occurs with other clinical issues. These can include depression, anxiety, substance use, anger management issues, attention deficit disorder, post-traumatic stress, and issues related to impulsivity, as well as other major mental illnesses like bipolar disorder. Therapy is an essential tool to address other clinical patterns you may be experiencing, and then getting appropriate intervention. Now, in addition, we know that the pattern of narcissism has deep developmental roots, and these can at times include trauma and neglect, or simply inconsistent parenting. And a lot of narcissistic folks, because they're so defensive, say, no, I had a great family. Maybe not. It's important you also explore some of those issues so you can gain understanding of how long-standing patterns may be contributing to your current personality style and the associated behaviors. Therapy becomes an important space to learn coping tools and to be accountable. We know that narcissism is often associated, for example, with having difficulties with managing stress and disappointment. Therapy can be a place to learn different ways of managing those negative experiences. Like, it never feels good to be disappointed, but to learn to do it in a way that doesn't antagonize other people. There are also multiple other issues that a narcissistic personality style can raise, and these can include relationship difficulties, problems in the workplace, as well as a whole host of other interpersonal problems. Basically, you get into fights with everybody you know. Therapy can be a place to learn how to manage these situations in a more healthy and reciprocal manner. Therapy may also help you with other life challenges, including parenting, and it becomes an important space to build up that muscle of empathy that you've not been practicing in other areas of your life. Number 4, focus on gratitude. Thank you may be 2 of the most powerful words in the English language. It's one word in many other languages, but thank you. Especially if you say thank you authentically. Gratitude is good for us, and there is good research showing the beneficial health effects of gratitude for your health, and let's face it, it's also good for other people. Gratitude forces you to see other people and recognize their contributions rather than take them for granted. Practice gratitude, and specifically, take the time to notice the contributions of other people. Set your entitlement aside and express real gratitude without expecting anything in return, and extend that to simply having gratitude for the things that are around you, not just people, but the life around you. Number 5, you got to focus on meaning and purpose. Viktor Frankl writes, in some ways, suffering ceases to be suffering at the moment it finds meaning, such as the meaning of a sacrifice. The challenge with a narcissistic personality style is that people
John's Beast Max has had many interests. Ants, sauces, cookbooks,
A witness in another shocking killing is describing how horrifying it was to watch her friend get swarmed last weekend. He was stabbed during that attack and later died. 8 teenage girls have now been charged with second-degree murder, all are between 13 and 16 years old. CTV's Adrian Gabriel has the story of the warning. Some of the images are disturbing.
8 girls, bomb, bomb, bomb.
Erica Chin recounts the alleged violent attack on her now deceased friend.
Beating, beating, beating.
She claims that the teen tried to grab the bottle of alcohol she was drinking. That's when the male victim, known as Kenny, stepped in.
My friend Kenny,
You saw it.
stop that. You fell along, right? And then they all
3 13-year-olds, 3 14-year-olds, and 2 16-year-olds, all charged with second-degree murder.
It's not something that typically see a group of females come together or a group of girls come together and do something like that.
Though high-profile incidents have taken place across Canada this year. A young woman was attacked by a group of teenage girls in Surrey, BC in May.
You know, what they're seeing online.
One child therapist believes the, quote, swarming videos appearing on social media are normalizing the violence.
When I'm talking to, our teens about this, some of them are like, we're doing it for entertainment. We see other people post it. We thought it was funny.
While brutal group attacks are new, someone dying allegedly at the hands of a group of young teenage girls is making headlines across the world. The alleged attackers reportedly met online. Investigators are trying to figure out what brought them together on Saturday night in Toronto's downtown core.
We live in a digital era where relationships and interactions are happening rapidly across time and space. Anytime you have people together in a group committing violence, they can edge each other forward and amplify the intensity of that violence.
Police have been struggling to locate and notify the victim's family after moving into a downtown shelter this past fall. Umbrella.
Adrian Gilberto in Toronto.
the general consensus.
Let's get into it, shall we? We are watching it all on this longest day of the year, December 21st, first day of winter. We are watching it all collapse right before our eyes, and no one is stopping at all. I mean, if you need more evidence that you are watching the United States of America collapse into pieces, and Europe, by the way, being all a part of this giant mess, the Congress is about to pass this massive omnibus spending bill, which is $1.7 trillion. Now, they think they're going to be able to pass it by dawn tomorrow morning. So Thursday morning, they're rushing to try to get it done. Now, bear in mind, very few people have even seen more than a few hundred pages of this thing. It's over 4,000 pages long. The price tag is $1.7 trillion, and not one member of Congress has even read the whole thing. But they're going to pass it.
Could you imagine, just to go back, could you imagine if Trump was proposing a $1.7 trillion bill? How the media would just be completely losing their mind?
Well, they didn't go for COVID study.
Yeah.
They liked that. And when he said, hey, why do we have money for Israel in a COVID bill, they hated on him. They pushed back.
The deep state was like, shut up, you don't ask questions about what's in this bill, and that's part of the plan. You do not ask questions about what's in this thing. Senator Rand Paul wheeled the bill out in like a wheelbarrow last night at 2 in the morning. This was 2 in the morning when he wheeled this bill out in front of cameras. God bless the reporters who were actually there filming this at this time. Watch Rand Paul.
I brought with me the 4,155 pages. When was it produced? In the dead of the night, 1:30 in the morning when it was released.
Now, people will argue that it's conservatives' fault that you don't have the Christmas spirit. Somehow you're holding up the people in charge of spending. When did they know that this would be necessary? Well, it's in the law, September 30th. You got 9 months, almost 10 months, to produce a plan, to have a spending plan. They weren't ready on September 30th, so they voted themselves 90 more days. They weren't ready last week either, so they voted themselves another week. And now we have it at 1:30 in the morning this morning. But what's the clamor? The clamor is to vote. Vote now. Let's get it done. Why are you standing in the way of spending? The real question is this. What is more dangerous? What is more dangerous to the country? $1.1 trillion in new debt, or as Republican leadership likes to say, oh, but it's a win. It's a big win. We're getting $45 billion for the military. So which is more important? Which threatens the country more? Are we at risk for being invaded by a foreign power if we don't put $45 billion into the military? Or are we more at risk by adding to a $31 trillion debt?
Good question. I have an answer. It's the debt. We're not being invaded by anybody. The only people that we have to worry about are the countries that we go into and invade and stir up a hornet's nest.
I can't wrap my head around how a document of that size gets produced.
Oh, it's just, special interest. They shove things into the same the last minute through committee.
And who knows? How does, who? You know, I guess I
Well, the
can't.
head of each committee, then they just like throw things in. They don't even.
And then it's like an open Google Doc, and like it just automatically populates.
Yeah, they don't even get to see what the other committees are putting in. So it's like no one sees it. No one sees it until the end. And even then, you don't have time to read it because you need to vote on it.
Wait, what did he say? 4,000 pages.
Yeah, 4,135 pages. It's that long.
I mean, I consider myself a pretty fast reader, but how long do you think that would take you?
I think that would take you a couple of years to read. I mean, I just read a 600-page book, and it took me like a few weeks.
No, we went on vacation. We read Dune in a week. That's 650 pages.
Okay, I read Dune in a week. That was 600.
So I would need a minimum of a month to get through that.
Like with no kids annoying you and asking for snacks and things like that.
Okay.
You can literally just sit and read it.
Yeah.
Uninterrupted. Yeah, it would take you like a month.
Okay.
Right? Like you have to eat. You have to go to the bathroom. It's ridiculous. Go ahead, Phil.
I was gonna say, wasn't it several years back that they did something similar to this, where they had this huge bill, everybody voted on it, and then they come to find out, like, because so much of it is just written by staffers, that there were like random things that were put in it by a staffer that like then they had to go back and then out of the passed bill because there was like a bunch of just random stuff that they put in. I can't remember the story or what bill it was, but I remember that happening.
That's the Little Mermaid. I'm just kidding.
No, you're right about that. It's shoved something in, like, oh, that wasn't supposed to be in there because no one notices it's in there. It becomes a law. Let me just go through this. So we've got a lot to get to here. So just so we're clear on this is Mitch McConnell. The bill includes $45 billion for Ukraine. Leader Mitch McConnell says arming Ukraine is the number one priority for Americans right now.
Making sure the Defense Department can deal with the major threats coming from Russia and China. Providing assistance for the Ukrainians to defeat the Russians. That's the number one priority of the United States right now. According to most Republicans, that's sort of how we see the challenges confronting the country at the moment.
Isn't it crazy? Like, you want to get them all on board with something, like they just bipartisan support, spend it on war, on fighting. And
They're all in on this. But let me just ask all of our viewers right now. Is the number one priority for you sending weapons and money to Ukraine? And Mitch McConnell just said that that's the number one priority for most Americans right now. Is the money flowing to Ukraine. So let me know in the chat room right now, yes or no. Vape King said yes, number one.
For me, I like sending money to Ukraine is far below like priority than I don't know like paying for school lunches and stuff, or healthcare for it's like that's so far down my list. It wouldn't even make my top 100.
I mean, they wouldn't spend $5 billion on securing the border in the United States. $5 billion. Right? That's what they won't do that. They'll spend $45 billion just in addition to the already 55 or 60 billion they've already spent. So on top of that, now we're pushing over $150 billion that we've sent to Ukraine. But that's your top priority. That's our top priority. Just so we're clear, Mitch McConnell says arming Ukraine is the #1 priority for Congress. And it's your #1 priority as an American. You care more about arming Ukraine than you do your own family. That's very patriotic of you. Congratulations. If $45 billion isn't enough for Ukraine in this budget, these members of Congress also snuck in, this is in the bill, a Ukrainian Independence Park in Washington, D.C. So yes, that's right. The next time you're in Washington, D.C., you can stop by Ukrainian Independence Park and, maybe have lunch. You can sit with your kids. And maybe you'll see civilians that have the telephone poles, just like in actual Ukraine. Mommy, you promised me we would see civilians that take the telephone poles. I don't know. I saw that online where people put on their pants and smack them. I'm sorry, you only get to see that in actual Ukraine.
This is different. That's the amusement park part of it. You pay extra.
Also in the poll in the chat, and we're putting 2,000 votes. Is your #1 priority to send money to Ukraine? 97% no, 3% yes. Well, there is a 3% of the population that.
Okay, that is getting their way.
So I would love to know. Yeah, let us know in the chat if you're one of the 3%ers. Or if you're not a bot.
What I love about this Ukrainian Independence Park is that it's borrowed.
Mortgage money.
Yeah, we can't afford to do it. We like the idea of it, but we'll borrow money to do it.
So let's just be clear. We will take American-owned federal land, U.S.-owned federal land that you, the taxpayers, own, and we will rename it and call it Ukrainian Independence Park.
If only they had done this, in Vietnam, then Americans really would have got on board with that war.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going down to Vietnam Park for some lunch. And I'll have some pho. So next time you're in D.C., stop by Ukrainian Independence Park. Is it pho?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You also know that you've not done enough for gender. The United States really is behind the 8 ball. They've not done enough for gender equity in the United States. And so, we haven't done enough of it in the United States, but we also haven't done enough for gender equity in the country of Pakistan. This is included in the bill. Gender Equity Equality Action Fund, $200 million for Pakistan to make sure they have gender equity.
That's cool.
Laughably, the bill also includes billions of dollars in border security for other countries. Yes, you heard me right. Border security for other countries, including $410 million for border security in Middle Eastern countries, and $0 for the U.S. border security in the United States, additionally. So let's get this right. The United States invades Syria, invades Yemen, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, destabilizes the entire Middle East, pays then for their border security. Look how this works. You break it, I guess you have to pay for it. They're not throwing additional money at this. Here's a little wonder.
I wonder, really quick, what I wonder is, how much of this money that's allocated for that do we think actually goes to where they say? Like, if it leaves the United States, and at that point we know from past experience that there's no accounting for it. So it just leaves here, goes out of our pockets, and then where does it go? It's not going to these things.
Well, it's not coming out of our pockets because it's borrowed. So it's yeah.
But yeah, there's no auditing of this at all. Like, we don't know. Like, really, we're going to follow up and see, did the $200 billion go to the Pakistan Equity Fund and get, actually put in? No one's going to account for that. Someone's going to fly to Pakistan and check up on that? It's not going to happen. They're also not going to.
They'd be conspiracy theorists if they tried or asked for it.
Yeah.
So if you need a reminder about America's border problem, here's a new video from Rebel News overnight. This is El Paso, Texas. This is an airport in El Paso, Texas, being used to shelter thousands of illegal immigrants. So they don't have a border problem in El Paso.
La peau mène un combat de tous les jours. Et oui, l'hydratant à vie Positive Radiant qui contient
we don't have a border problem in the United States of America, but we can send money.
We don't need a number for that.
Yeah. We're glad we're sending money to Ukraine and the Middle East to help with their border security. And there's so many stunningly stupid things in this bill. The omnibus spending bill includes $3 million for an LGBT museum in New York.
Okay.
We need that, the LGBT museum in New York. Democratic California Representative Zoe Lofgren earmarked $2 million in federal taxpayer money for the renovation and relocation of a planned clinic. $65 million.
I'm sorry, but how? Okay, the LGBT museum. So how is that not state fund thing? Like that should be on the state, not us, right?
Yeah.
So much of this, it doesn't matter.
As a federal project,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, so an LGBT museum in New York. But all of these things are coming out of the federal budget because you get briefs and these senators earmark this stuff for their home states. This is how this works, right? So you get $65 million for salmon populations, $3 million for bee-friendly highway projects,
Okay.
and plenty of money for abortions in this
And
bill.
also vasectomies.
Yeah. So Dan Bishop, Representative Dan Bishop, has some details on this. His thread is fantastic. He says, on a more sinister note, here's at least $575 million for family planning in areas where population growth threatens biodiversity. I want you to reread this. There's $575 million for family planning, meaning abortions, in areas where population growth threatens biodiversity. He says Malthusianism is disturbing and
Harmed by humans,
yes.
then they can sort of go in there and try and discourage people from having.
Right. This is an opportunity to go into these towns and say, you have enough people living here, you're affecting the park. Maybe it's time you should, think about going down to the doctor and getting a pill, put yourself out of here, every 6 weeks. The active productive health, including in areas where population growth threatens biodiversity or endangered species. So if there's too many people living near bald eagles, go and get those eagles trimmed, if you know what I mean.
Population growth. Okay.
Go take care of those twig and berries.
That's disturbingly vague,
Yeah.
I want to say, because humans are not parasitic. They absolutely don't have to be.
The money is funneling to Planned Parenthood clinics, and that's where the secret. So you're not allowed to do this in the budget, but it is, and so they managed to do it to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars in this bill. Which, if you the multiple pages of this in this bill, you can go through it if you want, all 4,000 pages of it. Here's another one: $3 million for the Michelle Obama Nature Trail. Yeah, $3 million.
Awesome.
How natural is that if it costs $3 million to build it?
You were hoping on that one?
Yeah, that and the salmon were my two big ones that I was like, please. Oh, and also Smokey the Bear. Like the last bill gave you the ability to pay him smoking a cigarette. I was hoping that they would increase the maybe smoking a joint. Because, we're past legalization of marijuana by now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So $3.6 million for the Michelle Obama Nature Trail hike there. $2 million for a Nancy Pelosi fellowship program. So that we need that. So she put this in the bill. So that's a $2 million for the Nancy Pelosi fellowship program. She's also giving her
Find that, please. What is that?
It's like, I don't know, giving grants and stuff to people.
Well, a fellowship is, I had one, it's a study program where, they pay your tuition and get you a research ship.
So Pelosi is also getting a federal building with her name on it at the cost of $65 million for both her and Senator Patrick Leahy. So they'll have their own federal buildings, the Speaker Nancy Pelosi Federal Building in San Francisco on 90th and 7th Street in San Francisco. I'm sure there'll be plenty of homeless people sleeping on the doorstep.
There's no 90th Street.
Wait a minute.
97th. 97th Street.
Who's getting voted out? If she's getting voted out, who gets that building when she
We gotta honor her. She's the greatest Speaker of the House in world history. So we've got to honor her with a federal building. We're not building do drugs on the front steps. $335 million pandemic. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to have an influenza pandemic? $335 million for an influenza pandemic. That's interesting. Including, see that there highlighted in blue? Surveillance tools. Oh, okay, we're just going to throw in some money for surveillance of the American populace. And this part I found very interesting. The government is now adding hundreds of billions of dollars to the budget for what they're calling vaccining.
Go with toys.
Hello, beautiful humans. Thanks for joining me. Yes, I'm calling all beautiful. I'm certainly all beautiful because nobody ugly would watch my life. Remember, thanks for being here. You're all beautiful humans right now. Even the toilets who came to just trash me. Thanks for being here. Thanks for tuning in. That's the thing. Even if you're here just to some me, so I still live. Yes, let's get into some of what the mainstream media is not telling you. Of course, I will. The jumping off point is things they tell you, such as the fact that Zelensky has just come to Washington, D.C. Our good friend, Voldemort, or whatever his name is, Zelensky, is headed to Washington. Actually, I'll show you a BBC headline here. Good hours. You know, this is great about the BBC. Some propaganda, they stop for certain hours. You know, you can only get it 7 to 11, right? If you want your local convenience store propaganda. But BBC 24/7. They work so hard over at BBC to put out propaganda. But yet Zelensky is headed to Washington, leader in the U.S. for his first foreign trip. And the Congress is already slobbering all over him. And I'll let you use your imagination on which parts of him they're slobbering on. That is up to you. I am not getting involved in that. Listen, it's on you where you think they're slobbering on. But Zelensky, the president of this proxy war, I mean, here's the thing. Zelensky is he's a puppet, all right? I say here's the thing. Here's the thing about it. Here's the thing. Sometimes I'm halfway through, and here's the thing. I go, here's that, and then I insert it. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Zelensky was a puppet even when he wasn't a puppet. Well, it was always been. Let me rephrase it. Zelensky was a puppet for other reasons, even before this proxy war began. He was outed as hiding his money in the Pandora Papers, as everyone. He's hiding the offshore accounts. But on top of that, how did he get into office? He got into office because a billionaire in Ukraine, which you notice that America before this proxy war popped off talked about Ukraine. They'd always be parenthetical after they'd say the word Ukraine. They'd say Ukraine, one of the most corrupt nations in Europe or Russia. You know, it was always one of the most corrupt nations. It was always, and no matter what they were talking about, it was one of the most corrupt nations. And they would always say that. And now that the proxy war has begun and Ukraine is our buddy, our pal, you know, we're fucking high-fiving them, slobbering on various parts of their anatomy that I'm not getting into. Now that we're doing that, you never see that parenthetical, right? You never like, as Ukraine fights, Russia invaded Ukraine was one of the most corrupt nations in all of Europe/Russia, Europe/former Soviet Union. They never mention that. But Ukraine, and, you know, I think there's some truth to it, immense corruption. They held Hunter Biden, but someone was also board of an energy company, getting $50,000 a month. So for doing nothing. So, yeah, that shows you the level of corruption. But, and then Biden admitted in front of a large audience and on video, which you can go watch, that he went over there and told them that if they didn't fire the prosecutor looking into the company that his son sat on the board of, then he would hold billions of dollars back. Sounds pretty corrupt to me. So, it is a random corrupt country. But Zelensky was, from the beginning, was funded, you know, he was an actor, right? He was a comedic actor. You know, it's sad to have to go after your fellow comedic actors like this. This really hurts me to have to do this. But he was a comedian actor. You guys know this part. And he basically got elected because they aired a series of him as the star who took over government and wouldn't put up with everybody's shit and, you know, basically was a man of the people and just got rid of all the corruption. And so this comedy, and, you know, he's wearing dresses and things throughout it, and he's a silly comedian, because that's what's in Ukraine. And they aired this thing a bunch on Ukrainian television. Now, I don't know how much, how many channels there are on Ukrainian television.
like, no, we're not going to do that now. We'll check the phone later. So the first thing that happens in people with ADHD is that they have deficiencies in their behavioral inhibition circuitry. That kind of comes from the frontal lobe. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. The second thing is that people with ADHD have altered sensitivity to reinforcement. And so what that means is that things that are low-hanging fruit and easily enjoyable are far much more enjoyable to people with ADHD. So if you look at like delayed gratification studies in people with ADHD, where you have ADHD, hey, I'll give you $1 now, or I'll give you $5 in 5 minutes. Which one do you want? Literally, the brain of someone in ADHD is going to pick the $1 now as opposed to the $5 in 5 minutes. So compared to the neurotypical brain, the sensitivity to reward and reinforcement is altered in ADHD. The third thing that happens in ADHD is a high amount of impulsivity. So people may say, like, is decreased inhibition the same as impulsivity? And it turns out that neuroscientifically, they're actually like discrete mechanisms. So people with ADHD tend to be like a lot more impulsive. So when they have like an impulse, they're much more likely to act on it. That may correlate with decreased inhibition, may also correlate with reward sensitivity, right? So if I have an impulse to like eat chocolate, and I enjoy chocolate more than the neurotypical person, it'll be hard for me to diet in a healthy way, okay? So when we kind of summarize, I kind of think about executive dysfunction and ADHD as having 3 major components. The first is deficient behavioral inhibition. So it's hard for me to inhibit behaviors. And the second is an altered sensitivity to reinforcement. So things that are fun for other people are actually like way more fun for me if I have an ADHD brain. And we'll get to the neuroscience of this because it involves dopamine reinforcement circuitries and things like that. And the third is that there's a certain amount of impulsivity, which is, and that impulsivity has a lot to do with intolerance to delayed gratification, okay? So these are the 3 things that we're going to kind of talk about when it comes to what ADHD is. So the next thing that we're going to kind of touch on is that, so substance use is actually like the ADHD brain is very vulnerable to substance use because of these 3 things. So if we think about like substance use, it involves restraining our ability to like get high, for example. It could be hard enough on its own, right? But when I've got an ADHD brain that has like a deficiency in behavioral inhibition, has an altered sensation of reward, and has like more impulsive kind of behaviors, it makes it really easy for me to use substances. So I think if we kind of look at what gets people to use substances and what protects people from using substances, the way that our brains protect us from using substances are kind of handicapped in the ADHD brain. So it makes us much more prone to using substances. So this is where, if we kind of look at the kind of the mechanisms of ADHD, and if we look at kind of the mechanisms of ADHD, what we'll kind of see is we'll map these mechanisms onto a few different parts of our brain, okay? So what we're going to now do is take a quick look at the brain. And so let's understand the neuroscience of this, okay? So we have a couple of different parts of our brain. So the first is going to be the prefrontal cortex. So the prefrontal cortex is responsible for inhibition. So there's also another part of our brain called the anterior cingulate cortex, which is kind of back here. In the anterior cingulate cortex, it's in for selective attention. And for inhibitory control. So the frontal lobes are responsible for inhibition, but the anterior cingulate cortex as well. And what we know in people with ADHD is that they've got like basically like a reduced activity in the anterior cingulate cortex. Okay? So the third thing that we're going to kind of talk about, which is important for use, is impaired dopamine activity of the brain. So this may sound kind of weird. You guys know that with ADHD, we actually give people something, right? So this is kind of weird. But if you look at the brain of someone with ADHD, what essentially happens is that like they're getting too many thoughts too fast. And if you look at that, what that really is it's not that their brain is actually moving too quickly. It's that their brain is not able to turn down the volume of some thoughts. So when you give someone with ADHD stimulant medication, what you're actually stimulating is the PFC. So stimulant medication increases the activity of the PFC and allows you to actually focus on one thing. So it doesn't actually speed up the brain, it actually boosts your PFC function, which in turn will allow you to negatively inhibit like other thoughts and impulses. Does that make sense? Okay. So the next thing to understand is that people with ADHD have impaired dopamine activity. And so part of the problem is that we know that in the PFC and the anterior cingulate cortex, and we'll get to the striatum in a second, we know that we have low dopamine or some kind of dopamine dysfunction in the brain of ADHD. And so if you kind of look at it, like what drug use will actually do is increase your dopamine levels. So one of the reasons that people with ADHD will use substances is to almost self-medicate. So they have a baseline low dopamine activity, which results in ADHD symptoms. And when I add drugs, I'm going to boost. Add drugs. When I add drugs, it's actually going to increase my dopamine activity, which will result in almost like some amount of self-medication. The problem is that this effect is temporary. So over time, when I use drugs, at the very beginning, it'll stimulate parts like the PFC. And then it also kind of has some effects on kind of the amygdala over here in the hippocampus. So like we'll get stimulation here by drugs. Okay? But the problem is that over time, if you use drugs, they stop increasing dopamine over here. And let me know if this is too much, okay? And what actually happens is they start to like affect this part of our brain called the striatum. So drug use, when I use drugs temporarily, it sort of has effects, let's say, over here and over here. But over time, it'll start to activate a different part of my brain called the striatum. And then what happens, once it starts acting in the striatum, what it actually does is decrease dopamine. So then when I increase my drug use, it actually has a paradoxical effect to decrease dopamine and then makes the ADHD worse. So this has to do with the way that our brain actually like acclimatizes to drug use. So just to kind of recap, and apologies if I'm saying this over and over again. So in the beginning, we have dopamine deficiency here and not a good amount of activity in our PFC. If I use certain drugs, I can actually boost the dopamine over here, and it creates a self-medicating effect. This will sort of explain to you why people with ADHD may be vulnerable to substance use, because it's almost self-medicating in some way. Then what happens through chronic drug use is that the parts of my brain that get affected change. And once we get to the striatum, what we actually see is a decrease in dopamine activity, and then ADHD worsens. And there's some interesting evidence for this. So if you look at the D2 receptor, so I don't know if you guys kind of know this, but you know, like, so if I have a molecule of dopamine, the number of receptors I have will kind of increase the signal. So if I have like 3 receptors in one molecule of dopamine, and this molecule of dopamine is kind of floating around, it has a very high chance of like increasing the dopamine signal. I can also increase the dopamine signal by increasing the molecules of dopamine, right? Because then I can go over here, I can go over here, I can go over here. So what we actually see in people who are abstinent, I know this is going to sound kind of weird, but what we see in people who are abstinent is a lower number of dopamine receptors. And so if you have a lower number of dopamine receptors, shouldn't that mean that you will get less dopaminergic activity? And the answer paradoxically is no, because the reason you have a lower number of receptors is because you're not bombarding yourself with dopamine. So over time, what happens, I know this sounds kind of weird, but over time what happens is we develop tolerance. And so as we develop tolerance, it can kind of make some weird changes to our dopamine receptor circuitry and actually like alter our sensitivity to dopamine. So when people actually become abstinent, the reason that their dopamine receptors kind of go down is I just got confused there. But as you sort of decrease the number of dopamine receptors within abstinence, it sort of signals a resetting of your dopamine system. The other thing that we sort of seem to understand is that dopamine blockade in this part of your brain, if you block dopamine, it reduces ADHD symptoms and reduces substance use symptoms. So this is what's kind of interesting here is that like once we move from this part of our brain to this part of our brain, we start to like alter our dopamine metabolism in some way that's honestly like pretty complicated and is hard to follow. But the end result is that once we're acting from the striatum, we see increased impacts of dopamine and ADHD symptoms worsen. Okay, that's kind of the key takeaway. And I apologize if I confused y'all there for a few seconds. The key takeaway here, though, is that if we look at the different regions of our brain, what we can sort of start to see is, first of all, why dopamine increase originally helps people with ADHD. And as our brain adapts and we start to see dopaminergic changes over here, we'll see a decreased dopamine response and ADHD actually worsening over time. And so and then what happens with this person once we have a striatal activity of substance use, or prolonged substance use, is that not only are they kind of addicted to the substance, but the ADHD actually gets worse, okay? So,
we just gotta get through these 4 Christmases as quickly and as painlessly as possible. Oh my God.
I'm looking at a present for my girlfriend. I was hoping that those food boxes would do the trick.
Beautiful.
You got my ring, I got his present.
Fall in love with festive favorites.
When the universe gives you a gift, you don't just say no.
See where it takes you. Only on Prime Video. Maybe. What? I don't know.
Next thing, let's quickly guess it. So next thing to kind of explore is like, let's talk a little bit about the mechanisms of ADHD, okay? And let's talk about some of the mechanisms of ADHD and understand why people with ADHD are prone to substance use. So we reviewed a little bit of the neuroscience, but the first reason that people do it is to self-medicate, right? And this is essentially what I was explaining earlier, which is that people are dopamine deficient in ADHD. This may be part of the reason why they're sensitive to rewards. And so as we increase dopamine through substances, for some amount of time, it may actually improve the ADHD. And this is also why we'll use, stimulants, which can be substances of abuse, to treat ADHD. So it kind of makes sense, okay? So the first reason is self-medication. The second reason is a little bit psychological. Okay, so this isn't something that we really understand in neuroscience very well, but this is something I've observed as a clinician. And we'll talk about this maybe in a future lecture. So ADHD is associated with a lot of shame. Okay, so this is what happens in people with ADHD. Like, you're smart, you know you're smart. You look around, and there are other people that are able to do normal things. People that are stupider than you are, that are able to do normal things, and you can't do those things. Despite your IQ, you can't do those things. Despite all of your potential, you can't do those things. Despite being in gifted and talented classes when you were in the 3rd grade, you can't seem to focus your mind and pass a single exam in high school. So what happens in ADHD is people don't understand that they've got ADHD. So what happens is that they just feel like they're busted in something. They feel like they suck at life. They don't really understand, because the other problem that we see in ADHD is oftentimes people have high IQs and they develop compensatory mechanisms. So what that means is that despite their ADHD, you basically use like some kind of weird IQ compensation to make it so that you can function semi-normally. But this IQ compensation is sort of like, I have a flat tire, but I'm so strong that I can just push the car, which like allows you to go 15 miles an hour when everyone else is going like super slow. So you're like exerting a ton of effort to ultimately get something that's kind of normal despite a very heavy handicap. And over time, these compensatory mechanisms no longer work. And so you used to be able to do what other people could do, and despite your high IQ, now you suddenly suck at life, which results in a bunch of shame. And the more shame you have, the more you need coping mechanisms. And then generally speaking, because the brain is, remember, sensitive to reward, because you've got an ADHD brain, the kinds of coping mechanisms you end up with are maladaptive. So it's hard for you to sit there and meditate if you've got ADHD. So instead, what you're going to turn to is drugs and video games and social media, right? Because you're so ashamed of yourself. So this is kind of the second place where drug use comes in, where generally speaking, what I think what drugs do, I kind of think about them clinically as an escape. And so ADHD gives people's minds things to escape from, right? Because in my mind, like, I'm an idiot, but I should be able to do it, but I can't do it. So I need to run away from that, so I get into drugs. And so then the third thing, which I'm sort of separating out, even though it's kind of, maybe under self-medication, is that I do think that there's a neurovulnerability here, which is important. So like I've kind of outlined, there are a lot of things about the brains of people with ADHD that are a little bit different. Their sensitivity to reward, their inability to inhibit impulses. And so what this kind of results in is, like a vulnerability to substance use. So vulnerability to substance use disorders. So if we kind of look at why these things correlate, there's definitely the self-medication kind of hypothesis. There's a psychological component. And basically, your brain has substance use. Kind of think about it in video game terms. You've got fire resist and ice resist and lightning resist. And substance use disorder or addiction resist for ADHD people is minus 50%. So you're kind of born with this inherent trait of having minus 50% addiction resist. And so this is why people with substance use disorders and people with ADHD, why half of them have substance use disorders. So then the natural question is, okay, Dr. K, what do we do about it? Okay. So now I can just kind of say this to you. So this is going to be tricky. So this is going to be one of the parts of when we talk on stream where I'm going to say particular things, and they're going to be hard to implement, but I'm still going to go ahead and do this, okay? So a lot of times here on stream, what we try to do is give you guys easily accessible solutions that you can do it in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. This is one of the cases where actually what I really want to do is not give you all an easily accessible solution, but a plan of attack that unfortunately is quite difficult. The first thing that you've got to do is stop separating out substance use from ADHD. And this is really important. So a lot of people that I work with who have ADHD will say, oh, Dr. K, I have, I have trouble with motivation, right? I'm so ADHD. I have trouble in school. I have trouble with motivation. How do I get motivated? How do I find out what I want to do in my life? And they mentally separate out the fact that they smoke pot every day from these problems. They're like, oh no, I'm lazy. It's not the pot. I'm lazy. It's not the alcohol. It's not the video games. They're not a causative factor. They aren't the reason I'm lazy. They are the result of my laziness, right? So it's kind of interesting, but if you have a motivational problem, if you have ADHD, and you use any kind of substance, okay, marijuana, alcohol, stimulants, even video games, you have to understand that as long as you are using that substance, all of this cycle is going to be going on in your brain, and you're really not helping your brain to achieve motivation. So anytime you have a comorbid disorder, So this gets into the idea of dual diagnosis. So when you've got depression and alcohol addiction, you can't deal with either of them on your own. Because if you've got depression and you're depressed, it's going to make it far easier for you to reach for like booze. And if you drink all the time, your brain is going to be more prone to depression. So like you can't separate out these problems anymore. So like this is, it's kind of harsh, but like I've heard so many people who will say, oh, my problem is motivation, laziness, or ADHD, or it's this. But it's certainly not pot. Like, that's fine. Like, haven't you read all the research? Like, pot doesn't make you stupid, or pot doesn't cause this. It's fine. Like, it's being legalized. It's like safe. Like, I like it. I enjoy it. It's good. And I hate to break it to you, but if you're using any kind of substance and you have problems with ADHD, those two things are going to be, the substance is going to be contributing to the problem, like 100%. So first thing you got to do is stop separating out the substance use from all of your other problems. Your problems are not going to get fixed as long as you're using substances. Okay? Maybe a little bit of a hyperbole there, like, but honestly, it's been my experience as a clinician that like you got to take the substance use seriously. So what that practically means is you got to get sober. So if you really want to fix this, you have to start by getting sober. And I know that that's not easy and has its own challenges. But the simple truth is that if you're using substances and you've got ADHD and you think the problem is ADHD, you gotta get sober. The second thing is that you have to deal with the shame of ADHD, right? So this is a psychological thing. Getting sober is more about neuroscience, right? So it's about resetting your dopamine and stuff like that. But you gotta deal with the shame of ADHD. So this is where getting into therapy is a very good idea. So oftentimes when I stream, I will talk about how coaching is fantastic and you should sign up for coaching for reasons A, B, and C. This is one of the cases where I'm seriously going to say, if you have a substance use disorder and you have ADHD, don't sign up to see a helping hand or coach. Go see an actual dual diagnosis clinician. Go to someone who can help you with ADHD and substance use. Because you've got to like do the therapy, right? You've got to deal with that shame which causes you to reach for the substance abuse. The third thing that you've got to do is do a dopamine detox. So this is going to be very hard for someone with ADHD because remember that your propensity for boredom is going to be like, your tolerance of boredom is going to be super low. But the unfortunate thing is that you're kind of handicapped, you're stuck. Because if you're using the substance and you have the paradoxical effect of dopamine and the striatum, which is that over time you're decreasing your dopamine usage, and remember that low levels of dopamine are correlated with ADHD, which means that your substance use is literally making your ADHD worse. So you've got to not only get sober, but do a dopamine detox. And give yourself a chance to reset whatever that dopamine circuitry is, so that you can start to like respond in kind of healthier ways. Okay? And then the fourth thing that you've got to do is meditate. So I know we talk a lot about meditation on stream. We say it's like really good for all kinds of stuff. The reason I include it here is because everything that all of the solutions to this are basically removing bad things, right? It's like getting sober, going to therapy, doing a dopamine detox. It's all removal of stuff. It's all restriction of stuff. So the one thing that you can really do to like add, it's something that you can actively do. It's not getting rid of something. Is meditate. And there's good evidence, overwhelming evidence, I would say, that meditation strengthens your frontal lobes, right? So that's where we go back to the idea of the prefrontal cortex. It strengthens things like your ability to control impulsivity. It strengthens your capacity to inhibit things, like inhibit impulses. And then the fifth thing to do is to recognize that your environment, that you are prone to particular weaknesses based on your environment. So you must very carefully control your environment. So let's remember, what are the three vulnerabilities for people with ADHD and substance use? So you're more impulsive, right? And you can't control, it's difficult to inhibit behaviors. So if you are in a situation where there are going to be notifications and things pulling at your attention is going to
Vous travaillez fort pour assurer la rentabilité de votre entreprise. La dernière chose dont vous avez besoin, c'est...
What should you do if you're spending too much time on social media? You try to convince yourself that social media is actually good for, well, something. It's got to be good for something, right? But they say that social media increases polarization and gets you stuck in echo chambers full of fake news and so on. How bad is social media? That's what we're talking about today. Social media has changed society profoundly. About 60% of the world's population now uses social media. It has made it vastly easier to find people all over the globe, to connect with them, and to get insulted by them. What does that do to society? It's complicated. American social psychologist Jonathan Haidt and sociologist Chris Bailey have compiled a public review book in which they collect references on questions such as, does social media make people angrier? And does social media create political echo chambers? The most relevant thing you learn from this document is that whatever your opinion, you can find a paper that supports it. Honestly, I began working on this video thinking it'll end up being one big crap, because that's how sociology generally looks like to a physicist. But it turns out it isn't quite as bad. You just have to be really careful with phrasing the question. For example, you might remember the headlines claiming that fake news spreads faster than the truth. Then again, there were headlines saying that those headlines about fake news were themselves fake news. What is going on? Well, the original headlines were based on a 2018 paper published in Science by researchers at MIT. The authors compared how true and false news stories spread on Twitter. They had a sample of about 126,000 news items from 2006 to 2017, tweeted by about 3 million people over 4.5 million times. So, not a small study. These news items were classified as true or false according to certain fact-checking organizations. The conclusion of the study was, in the author's own words, that falsehood diffused significantly farther, faster, deeper, and more broadly than the truth in all categories. The effects were most pronounced for false political news. And it wasn't a small difference. They found that the true stories approximately 6 times as long as false stories to reach 1,500 people. But in 2021, other researchers pointed out that the 2018 paper looked at news that had been fact-checked by certain organizations, but that those organizations pay more attention to news that have already spread quite successfully. An article in Science then claimed that this means the original study had been debunked. This is why you've seen the headline saying news about fake news is fake news. That wasn't the end of the story, because the authors of the original study then said they'd never claimed their study applies to all fake news, it had just been misreported. And the authors of the new study said they had never claimed the earlier study was wrong, because they knew it had been misreported. Then the author of the Science News article, who had claimed that the misreported fake news study was fake news, apologized that his article had misreported this story. Hope that clarifies it. But wait, what does all of that mean now? Do fake news spread better or do they not? The answer is they do, but it turns out that the major difference between true news and fake news is that fake news spread to a larger audience. And since they appear to a larger audience, they also spread faster. But if you compare true and false stories that have reached an audience of the same size, then the sharing pattern looks the same. This was the point of the 2021 paper. It's not like fake news networks have a different connectivity. The size of the audience that they attract is the major difference. And yes, that was strictly speaking only demonstrated for fake news stories that were fact-checked by certain organizations. One of the authors made this diagram to show the difference between what they said they did and what the headline said they did. But the authors also say they're reasonably confident their finding will carry over to false news more generally, but that remains to be seen. I'm guessing there are people working on this as we speak. But the 2018 Science paper made an interesting point that didn't spread widely. They found that bots accelerated the spread of true and false news equally. This means that if false news spreads better than the truth, that's because humans are more likely to spread false news. We can't blame it on the bots. The authors the reason may be that people like novelty, and it's easier to be original with something that's made up. Anecdotal evidence: I had my first encounter with fake news on Facebook in 2016 when Trump ran for president. It was a quote attributed to Trump from some anti-Republican Facebook page shared by an American friend. Several people pointed out that there was no evidence Trump actually said that. The guy who shared it reacted by saying it's funny even if it isn't true. And that's why false news spreads. We share it for reasons other than accuracy, because it's funny or upsetting, or because it allows us to express our own opinion. Whether it's true doesn't really matter for that. The problem is that the next person who comes across shared fake news believes that the person who shared it believed it to be true and is therefore more likely to also believe it to be true. What can be done about it? It's easier than you think, because most people agree that fake news is bad and they're actually quite good at spotting it. You just have to occasionally remind them to think before sharing. At least this was the conclusion of a paper published in Nature last year. The authors recruited about 1,000 Americans and presented them with 36 actual news stories taken from social media. Half of the headlines were false and half were correct. Half favorable to Democrats and the other half favorable to Republicans. The participants were then asked to evaluate the accuracy of the news items. They quite reliably rated correct headlines as correct and false ones as false. And while they did rate headlines in favor of their own political orientation as correct more than those in favor of the other kind, the partisan influence was much smaller than that of the actual accuracy of the headline. So the problem is not that we're just bad at spotting bad news. But the authors also found that whether the headlines were right or wrong had little effect on whether people intended to share a news item. They then encouraged people to consider the accuracy of the news item and afterwards asked again how likely they'd share it. This simple tactic led to a big reduction of the intention to share false news, but didn't affect the intention to share real news. According to the paper, accuracy often has little effect on sharing because the social media context focuses users' attention on other factors, such as the desire to attract and please followers and friends or to signal one's group membership. According to another paper that just appeared 2 months ago, the misinformation problem is particularly pronounced in the United States. The authors of the paper found that while people from the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand are exposed to misinformation on social media at about the same rate, Americans are 3 times more likely to share it. Earlier this year, a review paper in the journal Nature Medicine looked at the spread of misinformation about public health in particular by reviewing 123 papers. The 2 major conclusions that the author draws from his literature survey is that A, people are sometimes fooled by misinformation just because they are distracted or not paying attention, and B, some people believe in and share misinformation because it reinforces their beliefs. So that's consistent with what the other papers have found. As to what to do about it, one thing he suggests is also just reminding people to think about accuracy before sharing. Another interesting suggestion he has is to give people information about the tactics of misinformation spreaders with browser games. There are 2 of those games. One's called Go Viral and the other one Get Bad News. Studies have found that people who played these games were much better at spotting health-related misinformation. You can try them out yourself. Links are in the info below. I think this is a really good idea, and I'd like to have a game like this about physics, please. So yes, social media spreads a lot of misinformation. The good side of social media is that it also seems to generally benefit information literacy. In 2018, a team of American researchers recruited almost 3,000 Americans. They offered half of them $20 to deactivate their Facebook accounts for 4 weeks, just prior to the 2018 midterm elections. 4 weeks later, those who disconnected from Facebook were less able to correctly answer factual questions about recent news events. But they also reported increased well-being and less political polarization. Let's therefore look at what we know about polarization and echo chambers. If you watch a few of my videos on quantum mechanics, soon all your recommended videos will be about quantum mechanics. Suddenly, the whole world is quantum mechanics. Such an echo chamber seems to be an inevitable side effect of algorithms that want to help you find what you're interested in. And as a result, you get more of the same. This leads to the dreaded conspiracy rabbit holes that you fall into on YouTube, as it happened to me when I was working on my video on flat earthers. Though YouTube seems to have tweaked their algorithm since to prevent that from happening quite as easily. These more of the same algorithms help you make contact with people who think like yourself. So the idea that we live in echo chambers sounds plausible. But plausible ideas are the ones you should be most skeptical about. What does the data say? According to a 2021 paper by a group from the University of Oxford, echo chamber issues are real, but the problem's been hugely overstated. They looked at surveys from 7 different countries in which people reported what news they typically consumed. Turns out, only about 5% of social media users are properly stuck in a political echo chamber in which they almost exclusively consume news from one political side. Though the numbers differ somewhat by country, the overall largest fraction of people in echo chambers is that of the American left. The previously mentioned Chris Baylor is the lead author of a 2018 paper about an experiment in which they tried to get people out of their echo chambers. They surveyed about 1,500 Americans, about half Democrats and the other half Republicans, who visited Twitter at least 3 times each week. After 1 week of tracking, a randomly selected group of those people was offered $11 to follow a Twitter bot for 1 month, but they were not informed about the purpose of the study. The bot initially just tweeted landscape pictures, but then began tweeting opinions that promoted the participants' opposing political ideology. At the end of the month, the participants were surveyed again. Turned out that Republicans who followed a liberal Twitter bot became even more conservative. The more they were exposed, the larger the effect. For Democrats, the change was not statistically significant. By the way, Chris Baylor is the director of an institute called the Polarization Lab that lets you check how deeply stuck in an echo chamber you are on Twitter. Turns out, rather unsurprisingly, I'm deeply stuck in the liberal camp. That's what you get when you mostly follow people with PhDs. The question whether social media increases polarization in society has been extensively studied, especially in the United States. The risk, sociologists say, is that social media makes it easier to find people whose opinions we like, and we get encouraged by like-minded people to distance ourselves from the perceived enemy. Indeed, in 2018, a leaked internal presentation at Facebook warned senior executives that Facebook algorithms exploit the human brain's attraction to divisiveness, and that if left unchecked, the algorithm would feed users more and more divisive content in an effort to gain user attention and increase time on the platform. Now, it's quite well established among sociologists already that increased levels of polarization in society are associated with an erosion of constructive political debate, social trust, and inter-party cooperation. The question we're interested in here is whether social media increases this polarization. In 2021, researchers from the UK and the US set out to answer the question whether out-group animosity drives engagement on social media. They analyzed almost 3 million Twitter posts by news media accounts and US congressional members. They found that posts about the political out-group were shared or retweeted about twice as often as posts about the in-group. And almost all of the posts about the other political camp were negative, leading to more negative engagement. Again, though, you have to be really careful to keep in mind what question the study was asking in the first place, because this finding doesn't necessarily mean that the negative engagement caused polarization to increase. It might just mean that social media is a good platform to live out your feelings. Just which way the causation goes is at the moment rather unclear. For one thing, a study from 2017 found that self-reported polarization is higher among elderly Americans who are less likely to be online to begin with. Another thing to keep in mind is that the USA isn't the only country in the world. A team of American researchers pointed out last year that while social media usage has increased worldwide, polarization has not. It has increased in the US, but in many other countries, polarization has in fact decreased. Indeed, a 2021 study among more than 3,000 Dutch citizens found that self-reported polarization correlates with social media use, but the correlation goes from polarization to social media use, and it depends on the platform you're using. At least in the Dutch sample, people who became politically more polarized spent more time on Facebook, but less time on Twitter. It's hard to interpret what this means because God knows what's up with Dutch Twitter. But I think what we can take away from this is that the idea that more social media use increases polarization is almost certainly too simple to be correct. What happens depends both on cultural context and on platform design. So what do we learn from all this? Most obviously, we learn that this is a very active research area. I certainly hope that the results will eventually lead to better algorithms for social media. While we wait for that to happen, I think the best we can do is focus on the part that's in our hands, which is to decide what we pay attention to and what we share. What I have taken away from all those papers is that we have to be especially careful with headlines that upset us. Yes, they might get a lot of comments, but they might also spread misinformation and hate. So be careful out there. How is Sabina talking about nuclear power one day and about social media the other day? Is she omniscient? I'm afraid the answer is no. I work with several other people who help me sort through the scientific literature to bring the information to you. And the only reason this works is thanks to our sponsors. Today's episode was made possible by Mel Science, which is a subscription service for science experiments. And I have to say, my family is having a lot of fun with their products. Mel Science has experiments for children in different age categories and different scientific disciplines. And not only this, their experiments come together with AR and VR lessons and live online classes.
I don't like that look. I guess. You can never be a killer. Your reputation precedes you. Thank you, Jeff. What other context? Top Gun Maverick on Paramount Plus.
So what's your point today?
Naturally, with Christmas and Hanukkah here, many of us are spending even more time than usual on faith traditions. Both holidays, like many others, have been secularized in recent decades, but even so, nobody can escape mentions of Christ at Christmas or the Maccabees during Hanukkah. During this year's Christmas season, the Supreme Court heard oral arguments in the case of 303 Creative, which challenges a Colorado public accommodations law. After Thanksgiving, Congress passed the Respect for Marriage Act, and President Biden signed it in hear about the 303 Creative case earlier this month. It raises an interesting legal question, and it's one that liberal democracies and constitutional republics like ours have basically grappled with since the Enlightenment. The owner of 303 Creative is an artist named Lori Smith, who creates websites for businesses and events. She wants Colorado to protect her from celebrating marriages that fall outside of her faith tradition. She's a Christian. Put another way, Smith is happy to serve LGBT customers, but she doesn't believe the state can compel her to create wedding websites for same-sex marriages. Lori's position on same-sex marriage puts her in a clear minority of Americans. There is no question about that, which is why it's no surprise at all that Congress passed the RFMA with enough Republican support, and then Biden signed it into law. America went from disapproving of same-sex marriage to overwhelmingly supporting it in about a decade. Congress represented the consensus position then by passing the bill, which was pushed, especially by Democrats, after Clarence Thomas's concurring opinion in the Dobbs decision, since he mentioned that Obergefell may not be on solid legal footing like he thought Roe wasn't. But the bill had a wrinkle that incensed some Republicans. Senator Mike Lee offered an amendment that would, in his words, quote, prohibit the federal government from retaliating against any person or group for adhering to sincerely held religious beliefs and moral convictions about marriage. Because of the bill, Lee said, many religious schools, faith-based organizations, and other nonprofit entities adhering to traditional views of marriage would be at risk of losing tax-exempt status and access to a whole wide range of federal programs. That would include wedding vendors like kosher caterers, for instance. That was one of the examples Lee provided. Ultimately, the law was passed with Republican support and without Lee's additional protections. Now, I've never believed the federal government should have a role in marriage, period, precisely for all of these reasons. But as support for same-sex marriage became a consensus position, clashes like these became more and more common and more difficult for Orthodox Jews, Christians, and Muslims. In Smith's case at 303 Creative, the question is not whether she would serve LGBT customers like segregationist business owners in the Jim Crow South. She will serve any customer, but she does not want to be compelled to create speech that violates her beliefs. Now, that is a reasonable position. I don't think her critics are unreasonable either, but I do think the lack of interest in Mike Lee's RFMA amendment to strengthen the bill's protections indicates we are hurtling towards a future of more and more religious clashes, which is really interesting, actually, in a world where Catholic churches are seeing surging interest in the tradition of Mass, secular women are questioning the state of evolution, and people like Jordan Peterson, for instance, are finding huge audiences. People are looking for something, some source of meaning and purpose. Some people are reclaiming traditional faiths. Some people like the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City believe they're more of a free spirit without a Holy Spirit, but still want to sing hymns in a choir to connect with their spirituality and interest in the Republican system. The world has changed a lot in the last century. It's changed a lot in the last several centuries at a pace a faster pace than any other time in human history. We are all living through an extraordinary change in our species right now. So what does any of this have to do with Christmas, with Hanukkah, or kosher wedding vendors? Well, these traditions and holidays are a very good reminder of something that sounds very basic. As a Christian, for instance, I don't merely believe Christmas celebrates a spirit. I believe it celebrates a true spirit, history. It is absolutely 1,000% fine with me if you think that sounds insane. I don't think you're being unreasonable, but because I believe God sent his son and he was born to be born miraculously to heaven and was literally resurrected from the dead. I believe he is the creator of all things, so I get to change what he said. Nancy Pelosi made a wonderful accommodation for members of Congress to wear head coverings, allowing Ilhan Omar to become the first member to wear a religious headscarf on the floor. That's not the case in every context in every European country. They've been dealing with these questions a lot. And I understand why many people find head coverings to be misogynistic and outdated. But I believe Ilhan Omar believes her religion is fact, not a nice story or one of many relative truths that we all just sort of pick and choose. I believe she believes her God is God, just as I think the same. The less popular these beliefs become, the less our system of government is going to work. Unless, of course, we can find a way to respect that some people will continue to worship faith traditions that are more similar to what people generally believed for thousands and thousands of years before modernity and post-modernity and technology made those beliefs seem less plausible to many, many people. Religion may fade, but it will not disappear. Our liberal democracy will erase these faiths or their tactics, but we can't avoid the changing public opinion and protecting the balance of our freedoms.
Hey guys, ready or not, 2024 is fully upon us now, and Sabra and I have been brainstorming ways that we can go out and for this political election.
Yeah, we rely on our premium service and the coverage at staff, with studio. We just want to give you the best independent coverage of this election, which is possible. So you can help us out. You can subscribe today, breakingpoints.com, or the link is down here in the description video. It really means the world to us. If you like what we're all about, this is the best possible way to get us 100% independent
magasiner en ligne avec Visa Débit et l'argent sort directement de votre compte de banque.
You've got these two evil creatures here, the fox and the cat. I think this one's based on one of the Marx brothers, actually, Harpo Marx, who I believe never said anything. But be that as it may, there are these ne'er-do-well characters. The fox in particular. Now, fox is a standard trickster animal, right? It's a classic animal, maybe because it's good at hiding and it's good at hunting. I don't know exactly why, but and coyotes are like that too. They're classic trickster animals. He's kind of like Wile E. Coyote, in fact. You know, the Warner Brothers character who's genius at large, who, of course, whose arrogance continually gets him walloped. And this character has a lot of features like that. But he feigns being an English gentleman of like the 1890s and pretends to be educated and he has that kind of high blown way of talking. And he's a fraud through and through. He's got this, you know, sidekick who is barely there at all, and he doesn't treat him that well, but he's got someone to lord it over, so that keeps his dominance hierarchy thing going well. And the fact that he's like a second-rate companion, well, he never really notices that, although he'll treat him contemptuously whenever he gets a chance. So anyways, they're walking down the street, and the fox is bragging away about some crooked thing that he's done and how he pulled the wool over someone's eyes. And he confuses that with wisdom and intelligence. And one of the things that you see, this is worth knowing too, because if you're preyed upon by a psychopath, which you will be to some degree at some point in your life, the psychopath, who will be narcissistic, will presume that you're stupid and that you deserve to be taken advantage of because you're naive and stupid. So it's actually a good thing that he's doing it. And his proof for, and I'm saying he because there are more male psychopaths, the proof that you're stupid naive is that he can take advantage of you. And so, like, if you were wiser, you'd be, you'd know his tricks, and then it wouldn't be morally necessary for him to show you just exactly who knows what about what. And so the psychopath will use his ability to fool you as proof of his own grandiose omniscience, and narcissism. And the problem with that is that you can be fooled by a psychopath, and virtually anybody can. So that Robert Hare, for example, who studied psychopaths for a long time and interviewed a lot of them, like hundreds of them, and videotaped many of the interviews, he said when he was talking to the psychopath, he always believed what they were saying. And then he'd watch the video afterwards and see where the conversation went off the rails. But, you know, the proclivity to be polite in a conversation is very strong. And if you're polite, you don't object to the way that the person unfolds their strategy, you know. And psychopaths are pretty good at figuring out how to manipulate, obviously, how to manipulate people. And the probability that you will be immune to that is extraordinarily low. Go watch Paul Bernardo being interviewed by a policeman on YouTube. That's bloody, that's enlightening, man. Paul Bernardo, he's like the CEO of a meeting in that video, you know. He gives the cops hell, he gives the lawyers hell, he protests his innocence. He basically tells them that they're rude and untrustworthy because they don't trust him because he did a few little things 17 years ago. And he gets away with it, a few little things, right? I mean, he killed a bunch of people, including the sister of his girlfriend at the time, who was a repeat sexual offender and murderer. It's like, but he basically goes, well, you know, that's a long time ago. But we're past that, aren't we? I mean, I'm having a discussion with you. I'm trying to help you solve the crimes that, by the way, I committed. But you won't bring that up, you know. And you're accusing me of being a liar. Like, you're not playing fair. What's up with you? And then when they ask answer, he looks at his fingernails, which is like, that's a lovely little manipulative thing, because it basically means whatever happens to be under my fingernail at the moment is a much higher priority than listening to your foolish story. And you watch, you'll see people do that to you, and then you get a little insight into what they're up to. He's very good at that. And so, or he looks outside, or he just looks at his hands, or he looks out the window, immediately dismissive of his nonverbal behavior. It's brilliant. The courts were forced to release that, by the way. But look it up, Paul Bernardo on YouTube. Wow, it's just mind-blowing. He's so good at what he does. And he's good-looking, and he's charismatic, and, you know, he can really pull it off. And you can't tell what's happening with the cops and the lawyers, whether they're just letting him play his routine to get some information from him, or whether he's actually setting them back on his heels. And I suspect it's a bit of both. But it's a masterful performance. If you didn't know who he was, and you were watching it without the audio, you'd think he's the CEO of some company giving his employees hell for not being up to scratch. That's all his body language, his eyes, everything just speaks that. It's amazing.
Partout au pays, des histoires qui résonnent, des images qui séduisent, des personnages qui fascinent. Découvrez la série de récits numériques.
One of the world's most popular social media platforms, TikTok, could pose a national security threat. This, according to the FBI and many lawmakers in the United States. TikTok is a massively popular app, accumulating 1 billion users in just about 5 years, but it's owned by a Chinese company, and that's what has national security officials and lawmakers so worried. Several states have moved to ban the app from government devices entirely, and the U.S. Senate unanimously approved the bill to ban it from federal devices too. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says Canada's Electronic Spy Agency is watching the app, quote, very carefully. Studies at Ontario Tech University, he previously worked as a national security analyst with the federal government. Professor Molinaro is in Oshawa, Ontario. Well, Professor, TikTok, it's under a lot of scrutiny in Canada, the U.S., and Europe over national security concerns, and some U.S. states have already moved to ban it from government devices. What's the big concern that you see here?
I think the big concern is really focused on the data. Essentially, where is the data stored and who has access to that data? So that's the major concern. Is the data that's hosted and stored in the United States, does the Communist Party and China essentially have access to that data because ByteDance is a PRC-based company?
Right, so data is a common concern with big social media companies because they have massive amounts of data on the users, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, Google, whoever. I mean, why are the concerns security more urgent when it comes to TikTok? Is it strictly just linked to China?
It's mainly the link to China, I would say, because really China has a suite of laws concerning national security that have passed since 2018 that really can compel a company to assist the Chinese state in intelligence operations, collections, whatever it wants. So it can compel individuals and companies to assist it. And so I guess the primary concern then is if China has access to the data of North Americans from using this app, what it could potentially do with that data is concerning.
So let's walk through some of the potential uses for that data if we can, because we see headlines about foreign interference and meddling in elections. You know, we see China focusing on dissidents living abroad. I mean, what are some of the things that TikTok data could be used for that would be of concern?
Well, you've kind of captured it in that statement. I mean, it can be used for a variety of operations that the Chinese state could engage in. So if it was interested in, let's say, targeting specific individuals to engage in some type of campaigns of influence or what have you, I mean, it's a lot of data it can collect, right? And then it could use its own algorithms, its own analysis processes to kind of aggregate that data and find out more about individuals, their views, their political views, their patterns of life, things they do, and effectively target them for more specific operations. But it could also be used in other ways that you mentioned about influence of communities. I mean, we've seen the Chinese state be able to control information through social media, like on WeChat, app, for instance, where it could essentially, censor information. And we know already from social media, other types of social media like Google or like Facebook that can, subtly introduce information stories that it thinks you might be interested in. And so we could see essentially the Chinese state using TikTok to try to manipulate people's views, conduct disinformation campaigns, specifically against the Chinese Canadian community.
So it's not just a data concern. If you're getting into misinformation, for example, we're talking about content here, right? I mean, most of the TikTok I see are silly, funny videos that makes its way to me through Twitter or Facebook or other things. But there's a more urgent concern you have there about the content itself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the content itself could be tailored and manipulated essentially and pushed towards individuals. And that's another big concern, along with the data and who has access to it and what it could potentially be used for.
Right, it's on the scale for the algorithm to upvote, for lack of a better term, things that maybe represents the view of the Chinese government that puts up with a heavier circulation and some criticism for it.
Absolutely, it could do that. It could also engage in terms of, it can use it as a form of electoral interference, especially during an election period, by trying to target individuals and their views and manipulate them through different algorithms that it could create.
So we've heard from the Prime Minister on this, Justin Trudeau, saying that Canada's Electronic Spy Agency is watching TikTok very carefully, in his words. Is watching it good enough from your perspective? What do you think the Canadian government needs to do here?
I don't think really watching is a good enough word. I think Canada needs to be taking more action on this. I mean, Canada is its own state. It doesn't necessarily need to watch the U.S. to see what it is doing. It has its own information. It has intelligence likely shared from the United States as well, if need be. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that Canada could be doing right now. And one thing that I think easily could be done is for the Canadian government to flat out just say that this type of app is not permitted on government devices. I mean, that's a very easy thing the government could do right now.
So you've outlined concerns with access to data and also content manipulation. Is there a special acute risk to being on a government device that makes it an extra security threat?
I think so. I mean, when you're talking about individuals in government, it would be advantageous to a foreign state, an adversarial state, to try to essentially find people in government and in various positions in government and try to target their devices. And because they might be after a specific goal, for instance, that might be more espionage related, and that's a more serious concern. So I think Canada could be proactive here, and I definitely don't think it's going to be offending its allies if it makes a statement that Canada will not allow this app on government devices until more information comes out that could essentially clear it of any wrongdoing. But for now, I think that would be a prudent step, because if Canada's just watching, the fear and the danger is that states like China could be watching while we're watching.
The risk is pretty clear there for government, but for the audience at home who might be users of TikTok or have family members or children, let's face it, teenagers who use the app, what's your advice to them?
I think the main advice I have would be check what permissions the app has, because you can at least mitigate, and take some more precautions for yourself in terms of keeping your data safe. If you just go into the permission sections of your phone and find out what permissions the app has been given, because you'll often find it doesn't need the types of permissions that it's been granted by default. So you can turn those off if they're too invasive. At the very minimum, I think that's a prudent, precautious thing to do.
Okay, Dennis Molinaro, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me.
Vous achetez une voiture usagée avec un rapport d'historique de véhicule de Carfax Canada. Vous pouvez éviter une erreur coûteuse. Accident intérieur. Y a-t-il de l'argent dessus sur la voiture? Est-ce un Citroën? C'est juste ce que vous obtenez avec Carfax.ca avant d'achat.
Variety also, Alex Jones melted down live on air at, quote, the self-fulfilling prophecy of his ruin following bankruptcy hearing. So this is something. I couldn't wait to share this with you. So what you're going to notice here is the article in the Raw story that you're currently looking at. I'll play the video for you. What you're going to notice here is he keeps contradicting himself about the financial situation and the situation for his InfoWars show. So listen to this. You'll start noting the contradictions very early here.
Edge of insolvency. We are in bankruptcy to try to get through this and try to minimize the bills. And then a bunch of the audience thinks, well, he's going off air, I'm not going to support. No, it's Chapter 11, Subchapter 5. All we got to do is have a plan, make it through the plan, and we stay on air indefinitely, and they can't shut us down when we get our appeals. And I'm not bitching, I'm going to get that later. This national headlines, Judge strips Jones of bankruptcy protection in devastating blow to Jones. We took the stay on the Connecticut and Texas. We put in the motion. And when you read way down in the Associated Press, it says, Jones's lawyers lifted the stay. Which it's a liberating feeling. I kind of feel good in this fight that I'm going to get down to the point where I can't buy groceries. That makes me feel actually like I've done my job. I'm actually liking this in a way. Because unlike Fauci, I don't tell lies. You got that? That's my secret. My brain becomes more powerful every day because I train myself not to lie to myself, not to lie to my audience, and not to lie in front of God. Do whatever you need to, or make a conscious decision that the Democrats couldn't shut us down, and the debanking, the deep state, the censorship couldn't shut us down, and all the fake lawsuits couldn't shut us down. But you decided to believe their propaganda. Because I know black folks in the street and everywhere else read the emails, and you believe we're going under because the lawyers told you we're going under, the Democrats told you we're going under, and you decided, some of you, to believe that. So you've gotten less support since all those court cases. Okay, believe it. Prophecy that this show is one of the most important broadcasts in the world for liberty, and it is up to the audience to decide whether we stay on the air or not. Be done. But let me tell you, if we were losing by a long shot, and if we were way behind to pay the bills, I could just say, well, it's time to really shut this down or crush it down or move on or whatever. We've been there 20-something years, 15 years in this building. But the fact that it's just right there, where we're almost where we need to be, and we're just almost going to beat these people. It just pisses me off.
So you can see there, he's doing like the cheap televangelist, like, give me money, buy my products, please, please, please. But the contradiction at the heart of what he's saying is he keeps going back and forth from like, I'm going to get to the point where I can't even buy groceries. So he's talking about his financial struggles and his financial woes and the bankruptcy and, oh my God, they're on the verge of crushing us. And then in the next breath, he's like, well, they're not crushing us. They can't shut us down. They can't debank us. We're surviving, and you're believing the deep state and the Democrats when they say we're in financial trouble. Wait, which is it? You just told us you're in financial trouble. You just told us you're going to get to the point where you can't afford fucking groceries. So, no, he keeps going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, depending on his whim, depending on his mood. Do I want to tell people that I'm a lion and I'm pushing through and we're actually thriving in this moment? Or do I want to tell people, hey, I'm struggling and I'm struggling really fucking bad, and please send me money and buy my Duke pills and buy all my scam-ass supplements and shop at the InfoWars store. And I love how he says there, like, support went down since the trial. And his interpretation of that is, people think we're getting shut down anyway, so like, why would I keep supporting? There's also another option, Alex. Maybe some people realized, holy fucking shit, this guy's a psycho. This guy was inaccurately saying for years that Sandy Hook was a hoax. Even when, look, and I was making the point to Crystal the other day, Alex Jones, in a sense, is a victim of his own charisma. Because if he was fucking boring and saying the exact same shit, nobody would have cared. Nobody would have harassed the parents of the Sandy Hook victims, and it just would have died in a sad corner of the internet, right? But since Alex Jones is charismatic, and he built a big show, and he ran with this narrative of the Sandy Hook hoax, it spread far and wide. Basically, everybody who thinks it's a hoax got it from him. And so, Alex, honestly, I think Alex could have gotten away with it, even if he started just doing like a both sides thing about the Sandy Hook incident, the Sandy Hook shooting. If he did like, look, we got some evidence, and we think it might be a
Okay,
staged
Kat.
event, and here's the evidence for that. But also, I'm getting a lot of pushback, and the counter evidence is here's what they say as to how this is real. I spoke to the parents, and they seem like they're genuinely struggling. And here's another piece of evidence to show that this indeed was real and it did happen. If he just did like a both sides thing, he probably would have gotten away with it. But he couldn't even bring himself to do a both sides thing until years and years and years later, after he had pushed the narrative relentlessly that it was a hoax, it was completely fake, and they were doing it to take your guns. So, NSA, he's got nobody to blame but himself, man. He's got nobody to blame but himself. And really nobody blamed for himself, because the way he lost the cases was what's called by default, which means he didn't cooperate with the court to give them all the documents he was legally required to himself. He did it to himself. But look, this is the hallmark of a televangelist scam artist, right? We're doing terrible and we need you. Actually, we're doing great and we're thriving and they can't take us down, and so you should donate to us because we're so strong. Which is it? Donate because you're on the brink of bankruptcy, or donate because you're so strong and you defeated them and, we should keep plowing forward? Which is it, Alex? Which is it? Oh, man. I wonder if also he's losing support because he had on Kanye West and he had on Nick Fuentes, and they went for the Jewish question, and some percentage of his audience was like, hey, this is based. I support Kanye, I support Nick Fuentes, Alex isn't telling the truth about quote-unquote them. I wonder what percentage of the audience left for that reason. It's more than 1%, right? What are we talking, 5%? 3%? Something like that? So anyway, there you have it. Alex Jones saying and doing Alex Jones things. If you want to see me and Crystal Ball interview legends like Noam Chomsky, Cornel West, and more, subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. $5 a month gets you the video version a day early. Remember, we take $0 ad dollars for this podcast. Or you can sign up on Substack for free and get the audio version a day later. Link in the video description box below. All right, now back to our top story. As Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visits U.S. President Joe Biden in Washington, Russian President Vladimir Putin is now in full achievement of military goals at a year-end meeting with his top generals.
Хорошо известно, что сегодня против России активно используется.
Putin's military brass, 300,000 Russian troops have been drafted into service, and half of them are currently being trained for combat. He also said Russia needs to further develop its nuclear capabilities, saying it is the main guarantee of maintaining Russian territorial integrity as Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine continues. Now, Putin's year-end speech came just hours before Zelensky touched down in Washington. I'm joined now by Ukrainian MP Lysha Vasylenko. She is in Kyiv. Ms. Vasylenko, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's not easy to get electricity and internet in your country right now, so I wanted to get your take on the Ukrainian president's visit to Washington. What's your reaction to that?
Well, first of all, it's a really important visit that is occurring at a critical time in the developments around Ukraine's history, I'd like to say. The fact that our president has taken the responsibility and the risks that there with it to travel all the way to Washington to meet with President Biden can mean only one thing, that the two democratic ruling leaders are on the way to building a strategy to bring victory to Ukraine and to the world, long-standing peace, sooner rather than later. And with saying that, I will allow myself a minute of wishful thinking here, and hoping that what discussed in the White House today will mean that by spring 2023 there will be enough mobilized international resources for Ukraine and in Ukraine that will make sure that victory is Ukrainian and that long-term peace is brought to Europe.
One of the issues that was today is a long-standing demand for better air defense systems, with the approval of the delivery of a Patriot missile battery to your country. How significant is getting that particular air defense system for Kyiv and for all of Ukraine?
It's not only significant, it's absolutely crucial. Today, some 30% of the territory of Ukraine is still vulnerable to to Russia's missile attacks. That means 30% of areas where civilians live, innocent men, women, children, unarmed, who are being targeted by Russian missiles, drones, bombs, who are getting hit. Our energy infrastructure is in a dire state at the moment. Some 60% of Kiev's energy capacities have been heavily damaged or destroyed, and if Russian strikes continue, the other 40% will be hit as well, leaving the city in complete cold and blackout. So really getting those air defense systems on the ground will mean a better way to protect ourselves, our infrastructure, the livelihood of the country, the livelihood of the big cities, the critical cities for the country, and that means bringing us that little bit closer to victory.
So the Patriot system today, but Russia is, it's hitting your electricity grid, your water systems, as you pointed out. I just wonder, do you think Canada, the United States, other Western allies are giving Ukraine enough right now to deal with the challenges that lie ahead as Vladimir Putin seems completely intent on weaponizing winter?
We are grateful for everything that we are getting, but at the same time, we are constantly asking for more. The thing is, Ukrainians will continue to be asking for more until this war is lost, until all of the Russian soldiers leave Ukrainian soil. We are up against a massive, absolutely massive, unthinkable military machine that is Russia. They are constantly finding ways to procure more parts to build their missiles, their weapons, with which they attack Ukraine. They find interesting partners such as Iran to procure more weapons to hit Ukraine with. And they are doing this deliberately because they are on a task, and that task is to destroy Ukraine in its full. So, in order to protect ourselves, we also have to be mobilizing and creative ways to protect ourselves. And these ways are there. They are the air defense systems produced by the US, by Canada, by Germany, by France. And we need all of them on the ground here, protecting Ukrainian citizens rather than in storage units somewhere in the countries who are blessed not to be touched by war.
There are some Republicans in the United States who are passing out over the future of congressional financial support for Ukraine. Not necessarily in the core leadership of the party, but certainly loud parts of the fringes. And what's your message to any American politicians who are going to be listening to the president speak tonight, who may be reluctant to continue support for Ukraine?
So first of all, I heard that those voices are very few, and that by having heard what President Zelensky had to say, as well as the reports from members of parliament like myself and our military, that all doubts about Ukraine being able to win this war, to bring victory, to bring long-standing peace, all of that doubt has gone and evaporated. And the second thing that I'd like to say is that this fight Ukraine is leading, it's not just about Ukraine, it's not just about the 40 million people strong nation and independent country. That is not enough. But it's an existential battle between good and evil, between democracies. For anyone who considers themselves a Democrat and a person of values of true freedom, of independence, they should be having vested interest in making sure that Ukraine wins. Because if Ukraine loses, there will be more to follow. Aggressives of the likes of Putin in China, in other countries around the globe, they will just be inspired and they will keep pushing with their aggressive terroristic actions all over the place. It will be not long before war will touch everyone's homes directly, physically, like it touches Ukrainian homes. And believe me, it's no mean feat, it's no pleasant thing to be living through this nightmare.
I wonder if I could add on a personal note. I see on your Twitter feed that your 3 kids are with you in Kyiv for the first time since you evacuated them in March. What does it mean to have your family back with you for the holiday season, even under these very difficult circumstances?
It's actually amazing. My children are back home for the first time since 1st of March, so they haven't been in for 10 months, and I mean, their faces, they are just so ecstatic when they walked into their rooms and they saw that everything is unchanged, when they went out to the park where they used to play. And I just can't wait until tomorrow, really, when I take them to my parents, who they haven't seen also for 10 months now. It's a very special time of the year, and I was determined to make sure that Putin doesn't spoil it for my family and to make the best of it. You know, it may be dark, may be cold in Ukraine, courtesy of the Russian missiles, but inside every Ukrainian's home, every Ukrainian's heart, there's a lot of light and a lot of warmth, and we are bringing it in any way we can to our families.
Well, Misha Dashalenko, thank you so much for speaking with me tonight, and please enjoy your holidays with your family and stay safe, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that's Ukrainian MP Misha Dashalenko.
Un EJ, participez sur le site contenue.ca pour trouver la chance de gagner.
There's something strange about the New Testament, and most of us are so used to it that we don't realize how strange it is. In many ways, the New Testament shares an outlook that was widespread in first century Judaism, an outlook that looked forward in the very near future as the climax of history, the time when evil would be overturned once and for all, and divine justice would finally prevail throughout the earth. And yet, over and over again, the writers of the New Testament talk as if the climax of history has already in some sense happened. In the past tense, the end of the ages has come. Satan has been cast out. The Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has conquered. And now the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Messiah have come. This is what biblical scholars refer to as realized or inaugurated eschatology. It's a fundamental part of the early church's worldview. And to most Christians today, conditioned as they are by 2,000 years of Christian theology, this seems totally normal. But in the world that Christianity came from, the world of first century Judaism, to talk about God's eschatological reign as something already established was not normal. Because to talk about the kingdom of God in that world was to talk about a comprehensive transformation that had to happen in real life, not just in the hearts of believers or in the politics of heaven, but in this world. So to say that God's kingdom has come when the dead were still in their graves, Israel was still living under the heel of pagan oppression, and creation was still subject to death and decay, would just sound like a pie in the sky to most devout Jews in that period. The influential New Testament scholar N.T. Wright drives this point home at the beginning of his book, Jesus and the Victory of God, by putting it in the form of a question. Wright asks, would any serious thinking first century Jew claim that the promises of Isaiah 40 to 66, or of Jeremiah, Ezekiel, or Zechariah had been fulfilled? That the power and domination of Edom had been broken? That Yahweh had already returned to Zion? That the covenant had been renewed and Israel's sins forgiven? That the long-awaited new Exodus had happened? Or, in other words, that the exile was really over? The answer, in most cases at least, is clearly no. And yet, that's precisely what the earliest Christians were saying. That was the essence of their good news. As Wright himself says elsewhere, the earliest Christians lived, spoke, and wrote with the presupposition that an event had occurred through which Israel's God, the Creator, had returned at last, and had, through his chosen Messiah, won the decisive battle against the real enemy. Even though this return and this battle and victory were now seen quite differently than what we find in earlier Jewish expectations. They believed that through this messianic achievement, the long exile was over, the great Sabbath had dawned, the new temple had been built, consisting of Jesus and his followers, and the Creator God, through Messiah Jesus, had established his sovereign rule over the world, however paradoxical this might seem in terms of continuing persecution and struggle. This is a big part of what makes the New
New Testament was so strange and surprising. Most Jewish groups at the time didn't talk like this. And so the big question is, why did the followers of Jesus talk like this? What accounts for this remarkable feature of early Christian belief? For believing scholars like Wright, of course, the answer is blindingly obvious. Jesus really did rise from the dead. God really did pour out his spirit on his followers, and all of that really was the fulfillment, however surprisingly, of ancient Jewish human expectations. Part of the reason many find this answer unsatisfying, though, is that we're talking about a belief that people held 2,000 years ago. And the history of the past 2,000 years has made that belief harder and harder to hold on to without completely emptying it of its original Jewish eschatological meaning. As one reviewer of Wright's big book on Jesus puts it, if the features of first century life make it impossible to credit that the Jews of that period believed that the exile had ended, do not the features of human life from Easter Monday until the present make it equally impossible to believe that Jesus, as the Messiah, had brought the exile to an end and inaugurated the reign of God? Or to echo New Testament scholar Paula Fredrickson, shouldn't the day after the day of the Lord look a little different from the day before? Of course, the New Testament doesn't claim that everything has already been fulfilled and there's nothing more to come. Not by a long shot, but that's part of the problem. There's something unsettling, to put it mildly, about the structure of early Christian eschatology. The way that the New Testament writers split the eschaton into two different stages, with the first past stage accomplishing mostly spiritual, intangible things like the forgiveness of sins, the new covenant, and the gift of the Spirit, while leaving most of the more concrete and substantial things traditionally associated with the kingdom, like the destruction of death and the restoration of creation in the still unrealized future, just seems a little too convenient, a little too ad hoc. If we picture the promises of the prophets as a cake, it's like God chose to cut out the tiniest sliver of a piece for all the guests at the party to share, while keeping 99% of the cake for some vaguely rumored after party that never seems to come. Why would God split the eschaton up in such a way that the already fulfilled portions look phenomenologically indistinguishable from the subjective claims of countless other religious movements, while leaving the real substance of his promises perpetually out of reach? So for these and other reasons, the traditional view leaves a lot to be desired. But is there a better explanation? One that actually fits with what we know of messianic and apocalyptic movements more generally, and one that doesn't require us to orient our plausibility structures around something so entirely without analogy? Is there an explanation with both explanatory scope and explanatory power that doesn't feel like a bait and switch? Biblical scholars and theologians often resist cross-disciplinary solutions to the problems in their field, but the past 65 years has witnessed a tremendous advance in social psychology, an advance that carries profound implications for the study of how Christianity began and why it took the particular shape it did. I'm referring, of course, to cognitive dissonance theory. For the rest, I want to look at how this counterintuitive feature of human psychology helps explain why the first Christians came to believe that, despite all appearances to the contrary, God's eschatological reign had begun. But first, what is cognitive dissonance theory? While the term cognitive dissonance has recently become very popular, thanks in part to a deeply divided political climate that seems to supply endless examples of the phenomenon, the theory behind it is less widely understood. The term cognitive dissonance refers to the state of mental discomfort or tension that people experience when their beliefs, values, or behaviors come into conflict with their experience of the world, or when they hold two ideas that are psychologically at odds with each other. Cognitive dissonance theory, or CDT, is a prediction about how people tend to respond to that state of discomfort, how we avoid mental conflict and try to reduce it when it occurs. According to CDT, the more important a belief is to a person or a group's identity, and the more they commit themselves to that belief, the harder they will work to protect that belief from dissonance, or to reduce existing dissonance without abandoning that belief. CDT seeks to explain why we so often double down and cling to our beliefs, even when confronted by overwhelming evidence to the contrary. CDT was first introduced by social psychologists Leon Festinger, Henry Ryken, and Stanley Schachter in their famous study of a doomsday cult in the mid-1950s. That study had some flaws, mostly due to the limitations of its methodology, but it opened up a whole new field of research among social psychologists, historians, and sociologists of religion. And as John R. Stone concluded in a 2011 survey of that field, an interesting aspect of the research that has been conducted thus far is that the original thesis that was put forward in 1956 by Leon Festinger and his team of researchers has held true. Despite obvious and unequivocal disconfirmation, believers tend to respond to failed prophecy in ways that reaffirm their faith. That in itself is remarkable and highly relevant to Christian origins, since Christian apologists often claim that if it wasn't for Jesus' actual resurrection, the disciples could not have maintained their faith in him as the Messiah after his death. The evidence of literally dozens upon dozens of messianic and apocalyptic movements shows this claim to be naive. But aside from confirming Festinger's central thesis, the past 65 years of research has added significant depth to the question of exactly how apocalyptic movements tend to reaffirm their faith after such apparent disconfirmations. And according to that research, one of the primary ways, if not the primary way, such groups overcome dissonance is by reinterpreting their prophecy to better fit with the unexpected course of history through a process of spiritualization. In order to see what this usually looks like in practice, let's take a look at one of the most well-known examples of failed prophecy. Let's look at the Millerites and their response to the Great Disappointment of 1844. The Millerites were a group of Protestant Christians that emerged from the religious fervor of the Second Great Awakening with a shared conviction that Jesus must be returned very soon. Their leader, a Baptist preacher named William Miller, came to the conclusion from reading the book of Daniel that the second coming would occur sometime in 1843 or 1844. Miller shared his views widely throughout the 1830s and found a growing audience as the expected year drew nearer. And as Miller and his followers searched the scriptures, they eventually honed in on the precise day of Jesus' return. The Lord would descend from heaven and set his eternal kingdom on October 22nd, 1844. Many Millerites were so committed to this date that they gave away most of their property. Farmers didn't bother planting crops for the next harvest. Business owners closed their businesses, and parents pulled their kids out of school. Some even gave away their houses or withdrew all their savings and laid it all on the altar of their local churches as a sign of their faith in Christ's imminent coming. But of course, October 22nd came and went, and to quote the scoffers of 2 Peter 3, all things continued as they have since the beginning of creation. And so the Millerites were left completely dejected. As one leader of the movement, a man named Hiram Edson, later wrote of that night, "Our fondest hopes and expectations were blasted, and such a spirit of weeping came over us as I never experienced before. It seemed that the loss of all earthly friends could have been no comparison. We wept and wept till the day dawned." Now, if we were to follow the common sense folk psychology of many Christian apologists, we'd expect that to spell the end of the Millerite movement. And in a sense, it was. The fact that they had rested their hopes on such a specific prediction, and that that prediction was so unequivocally falsified, presented a huge stumbling block to their faith, and the movement simply couldn't continue like it had before. But as the French theologian Alfred Louisi once wrote, "Faith has a way of procuring for herself all the illusions she needs for the conservation of her present possessions and for her advance to further conquests." For many Millerites, the apparent non-event of October 22nd had the eventual and paradoxical effect of actually strengthening their commitment to the core beliefs of the movement. Somehow they found a way to absorb the shock of the Great Disappointment and transform their failed expectation into a surprising partial fulfillment. Here's what happened. The day after the Great Disappointment, after staying up all night weeping, Hiram Edson was walking through a cornfield to avoid the jeers of his unbelieving neighbors when he had what he described as a vision in which he was given a revelation from heaven. The message of the vision, according to Edson, was that Christ had not failed to fulfill his promise, but that the Millerites had simply misunderstood a key point of the prophecy. They had assumed that Christ was coming to the earth, but one of the foundational texts of the movement, Daniel 8:14, referred to the cleansing of the sanctuary, and Edson now understood that the sanctuary referred not to an earthly sanctuary, but to the heavenly sanctuary. After all, didn't the New Testament teach that the sanctuary in Jerusalem was a mere shadow and copy of the eternal sanctuary in heaven? So instead of Christ returning to Earth on October 22nd, 1844, that date marked the moment when he, as the great high priest, entered the most holy place of the heavenly sanctuary in preparation for his return to Earth. Thus, the apparent non-fulfillment was, for those with eyes to see, actually a powerful partial fulfillment and a guarantee of their future hope. Soon after Edson's experience, a woman named Ellen Harmon had a series of visions which she and many other Millerites took to confirm the heavenly sanctuary idea. Harmon is better known now by her married name, Ellen G. White, the founder and prophet of Seventh-day Adventism. Today, there are over 25 million Seventh-day Adventists in over 200 countries, making it one of the most widespread Protestant denominations, and the doctrine of Christ's heavenly coming in 1844 has been a central pillar of their theology for over 150 years. It's almost impossible to overemphasize how typical this story is. What happened with the Millerites is what happens time and time again in apocalyptic movements after the failure of their expectations. While it's not the only way that such groups respond to dissonance, it is one of the primary ways. The religious historian J. Gordon Melton summarizes this response perfectly in his influential 1985 study of apocalyptic movements. According to Melton, whenever a prophecy fails, groups consistently engage in one activity. They reconceptualize the prophecy in such a way that the element of failure, particularly the failure of the divine to perform as promised, is removed. While a group may temporarily assume an error in timing, the ultimate and more permanent reconceptualization is most frequently accomplished through a process of spiritualization. The prophesied event is reinterpreted in such a way that what was supposed to have been a visible, verifiable occurrence is seen to have been, in reality, an invisible spiritual occurrence. The event occurred as predicted, only on a spiritual level. Notice how effective this move was for the Millerites. By turning the apparent failure of October 22nd into a partial heavenly fulfillment instead of the concrete, this-worldly consummation they previously expected, and by attributing the failure to their own prior understanding instead of to the core belief itself, they accomplished several things at once. They safeguarded the substance of their prior expectations by projecting the most concrete and significant aspects of that hope into the unfulfilled future. But they also safeguarded the significance of the predicted time of fulfillment by turning it into a preliminary spiritual fulfillment instead of a complete non-event. And by cutting the eschatological cake in exactly this way, making the already aspects mostly heavenly and spiritual, and the not yet aspects mostly concrete and this worldly, they found a simple but psychologically compelling way to reaffirm their faith while also making it unfalsifiable. While the groups and expectations of different apocalyptic groups can vary quite widely from one another, the same basic structure of this response has been observed again and again across many different religious and cultural lines. Whether we're looking at other Christian offshoots like the Jehovah's Witnesses or the followers of Carol Camping, or Jewish Messianic groups like the followers of Sabbatai Zevi or Rabbi Menachem Schneerson. In all these cases and many others besides, believers doubled down and found a way to turn an embarrassing disconfirmation to a mysterious and surprising partial fulfillment. So what does this all have to do with Christianity? Well, for one thing, based on what we can tell from the earliest sources, the situation of the disciples in the days after Jesus' death was very similar to that of the Millerites and other apocalyptic movements. They came to Jerusalem expecting the kingdom of God to appear immediately, a kingdom in which all the saints would be raised, the wicked would be judged, Jesus would be given authority over all the earth, and the disciples would rule by his side as representatives of the restored 12 tribes of Israel. But that didn't happen, and instead, Jesus was captured and crucified by the same wicked authorities that the Messiah was supposed to overthrow. So the disciples were faced with the same alternative as other apocalyptic groups after the failure of their expectations. Either give up the cause completely, or find a creative way to adapt their expectations to reality while still maintaining the core of their faith. And as dissonance theory shows, this wasn't much of a choice. Now, it's important to emphasize that the New Testament doesn't give us the kind of first-person access into the minds of the disciples that we get from, say, the journals of Hiram Edson or Ellen G. White, but we can see the effects of that fateful period in the distinct ways that early Christian thought diverged from its Jewish apocalyptic roots. And it's at precisely these points that CDT has the most to offer, because many of the distinct developments of early Christian thought just so happen to follow the same pattern of disintroducing activity that appears again and again in other apocalyptic movements in similar situations. And nowhere is this pattern more evident than in the strange and surprising phenomenon of early Christian realized eschatology. Just think back to the N.T. Wright quote we shared earlier. The earliest Christians believed that Israel's God had returned at last, and that he had won the decisive battle against the real enemy, even though this return and this battle and victory were now seen quite differently from what we find in earlier Jewish expectations. They believed that through Jesus' death and resurrection, the long exile was over, the great Sabbath had dawned, the new temple had been built, consisting of Jesus and his followers, and God had established his sovereign rule over the world. However paradoxical this might seem in terms of continuing persecution and struggle, Wright is no friend of cognitive dissonance theory, but you honestly couldn't find a better expression of what CDT predicts than this. And yet the parallels go even deeper than Wright's summary inadvertently suggests. In fact, we can trace these parallels along at least 4 different lines. First, just as the Millerites took the very thing that caused them the most embarrassment, the apparent non-event of October 22nd, 1844, and transformed that into something to be celebrated and memorialized, so too with the earliest Christians. The belief that Jesus had been resurrected up to heaven allowed his followers to find a powerful new meaning in his death. It enabled them to turn the horror of his crucifixion into a paradoxical and mysterious messianic achievement, so that even the exact opposite of what they expected could be seen as a fulfillment of their larger kingdom expectations. It allowed them to take the very thing that seemed to disconfirm their beliefs, the biggest stumbling block and folly to outsiders, and boldly make that the cornerstone of their revised beliefs. Second, by splitting the Jewish expectation of resurrection, and the eschatology more generally, into 2 separate stages.
Une peau dont votre visage sera jaloux, avec le nettoyant pour le corps Olé hyaluronique. 95% des femmes auraient une peau visiblement améliorée. De sèche à hydrater en seulement 12 jours. Soyez confiants avec le nettoyant pour le corps et la lotion pour le corps Olé hyaluronique. Les Pampers Sweatlers.
Hey guys, welcome back. Thanks for joining me again this week. So this week I wanted to dive into passive aggressiveness, and I think that this is really important because I want to raise my hand and say that I definitely have experienced this 100%, and I've also done this to some extent because in the past I didn't always know how to deal with what I was feeling and the situations I was in, and I think that this is such a common thing. And I think after you listen to this video, I can 100% guarantee the majority of people watching this is going to say, yes, I've experienced that at some point, or I've done this myself at some point. And I think something like gaslighting and projection, and one of those things definitely happen. I do think that sometimes they're trickier to spot. You really have to educate yourself on certain things. You have to know the person that you're dealing with. And you also have to be very aware of how you're feeling in that situation and understand the dynamic of what's happening. And so if you don't have that kind of education and self-awareness, you may not know when someone is abusing you in that way. But with passive aggressiveness, I'm going to go over really key things that people will do when they're being passive aggressive. There is a laundry list of stuff, but really these are the things that are the most common that happen to people. So we've all experienced overt aggressive behavior. So we've all probably unfortunately experienced, yelling and screaming and blatant insults. These aren't passive insults. These aren't little jabs or nothing. They're just full-blown, ouch, that really hurt when you said that, type of behavior from people. But passive-aggressive behavior, as the word said, is passive. So these are things that people will do as defense mechanisms or tactics because they don't know how to really deal with what they're feeling,
and deal with the situation. And so they've learned these types of tactics in order to get through a situation. So either they're going to do some of these things to completely avoid something, or they're going to do something almost as like punishment in a way. And again, if you don't know about these things, then you're never going to know when someone's doing them to you. So I think this is so important to educate yourself on these things. Now, if someone's choice of abuse is passive aggressiveness, there are some people that kind of, take little bits of emotional abuse and are a little, projecting here and there, a little bit of gaslighting. And then you have some people that really love passive aggressiveness. Like this is their drink of choice. And dealing with these people, it is 100% an emotional roller coaster. One day we're up, one day we're down, one day we're communicating, and one day we're not. And one of the major signs of someone who's passive aggressive is the silent treatment. So this can really range from anything in terms of completely shutting down in the middle of a disagreement, conversation, argument, whatever have you. Or this can be, and I want to just clarify something, because I had someone ask me this recently. They said, I tend to, shut down and need a minute when I'm having a discussion with someone. And that's not passive aggressive, because if you're feeling overwhelmed in a conversation and you're kind of going toe to toe with maybe a narcissist and they're just completely witty and know how to just spit fire at you, and you get overwhelmed in situations, then it's fine to take a step back from the conversation and not speak for a minute so you can and take a break. But I do think that passive aggressiveness with the silent treatment with passive aggressiveness is more of a complete shutdown. So if you're honest with the person you're dealing with and you say, look, I'm getting really overwhelmed in this conversation and I need to just take a breath, take a breather, and we'll tackle this in a minute or tomorrow or whatever. That's fine, because you're not avoiding something. You just need distance. You just need a break. The silent treatment is the silent treatment. Like, there's no talking about this. We're completely shut down. So the silent treatment really can be someone just shutting down in the middle of a conversation or refusing to answer questions that maybe someone is asking them. Either they're blatantly not answering the question, or now they're going to try and avoid it by bringing up a different topic or using other emotionally abusive tactics to kind of throw you off your game, like perhaps projection or gaslighting. You never said that, and all of these things. So it gets tricky, because if you're with someone that is an emotional abuser and does a lot of these different things, you're going to go from projection to passive aggressive to gaslighting to this to that. And if you don't know about this stuff, it's going to knock you out and it's going to exhaust you, number one, because you're not dealing with a mature, rational human being that knows how to communicate effectively, is helping themselves, and knows exactly how they're feeling in each situation, and is being honest with how they feel in each situation. The other thing with the silent treatment, and this is really common in terms of kind of avoiding, so this can be something like accidentally, not saying hi to someone in the hallway. So if you have an issue with Susie, and if you and Susie in the hallway and you're crossing paths and she neglects to say hi to you and doesn't even make eye contact, that can be a little passive aggressive, right? So it's tough sometimes to decipher whether or not someone did this accidentally or if someone is blatantly doing this. And we don't want to go around living our lives being paranoid and everyone being passive aggressive with us. But if you start to see a pattern with someone, then this is definitely their drink of choice, and this is definitely how they donc pour moi, dérange-moi, c'est comment dans la douche. Avec le nouveau restaurisant antenne, c'est plus nutriments pour une belle coiffure rapide. Dans le restaurisant, est-il à la hauteur? They deal or handle themselves in uncomfortable situations. The one thing to really understand and remember with people that choose the silent treatment, method, is they don't know what it is they're feeling. They don't know how to deal with the situation. And so really this is their defense mechanism to completely shut down so they don't have to engage and sweep it under the rug. This is the sweep it under the rug type of a person. So they'll just go silent treatment, no contact for a couple of days, call you and pretend like everything's fine. And for some people,
they can deal with that depending on what the relationship is, if it's a coworker or a friendship. But if it's a romantic partner or someone that we're intimate with or a family member that we have to see all the time, it gets really hard to keep having these relationships with these people when it's a constant lack or wanting to avoid something. So try not to take a lot of these things personally and just understand that of course it's frustrating and you have to really decide whether or not this is a relationship that's worth saving or worth putting in effort in. But the silent treatment is just really the most immature thing you can do, but it's done from someone who is emotionally immature. So they don't know how to deal with situations. They don't know how to express themselves and express how they're feeling. They were never taught these things. So of course we can have, sympathy for this person, but we also have to make sure that we're setting boundaries with everyone and we're making this person understand or telling them that this behavior is completely unacceptable. And again, you have to just determine whether or not this person, you want to keep them in your day-to-day life. The next thing with passive aggressiveness is the subtle kind of insults. They're not like full-blown over insults. They're not like these huge attacks. But you'll be having a conversation with someone and they start off with this like amazing compliment and you're just like so heartfelt by this. And then right in the middle of it, you just get this ding, this like little insult that they just like kind of twist in you. And then of course we might end with the rest of the compliment, or we might just leave it there. Usually this sounds something like, I'm so happy that you got that job. Like I'm amazed because you actually finished your degree, but that's so great that you got that job and you should be so proud of yourself. That kind of is passive aggressive. So we're very excited and happy, but yet we want to kind of bring up something that is a little bit of a sting or an insult. So in my mind, when I want to give someone a compliment, I don't give them a backhanded compliment. I don't throw anything else in their face. And when people do that, really that is just a shout for insecurity and someone that perhaps is probably jealous of you on some level. And again, if you're not aware of these things, you're going to take that on. And you're going to, focus so much on that insult, that thing that they were trying to get to you, and you're going to focus on that and bring that up. Well, thanks for the compliment, but did you have to bring up that I didn't finish the degree? And you're going to get defensive, and you're going to get engaged in this now argument instead of recognizing that this behavior was unhealthy and it was a form of passive aggressiveness. And why are they passive aggressive? Because they're insecure, because they're probably a jealous person. Because anyone that's really happy and whole and healthy by themselves, people don't do those things when they're healthy and they're content by themselves. They're excited for everyone's win and they want to, bring people up and make people feel great about themselves. They don't want to tear them down and make them feel crappy. And again, this is just a defense mechanism because they don't know what it is they're feeling and they don't know how to deal with the feelings that they're having. So maybe the reason why someone was being passive aggressive and gave you those subtle little insults is because they hate their job and they don't know where to begin in order to find a new one. But because they're not probably aware of that feeling, they might be a little bit aware. And in order to kind of make themselves feel better because they're feeling so low, because they're insecure of that, they're going to give you that little passive aggressive, insult. And so understanding these things is so important to not take this stuff on and to let someone sit in, that negative space that they're in. So if someone were to give you that type of a backhanded, insult or comment, the way you would handle it is just by saying, I know, I'm so proud of myself. I can't believe I did this. The interview went great. I know that I nailed it. I'm so excited. And I get a bonus every December. Just not even engaging, not even recognizing together. Because what happens is when you don't avoid it and you get wrapped up into it, then all you're doing is then allowing that person to, number one, probably deny it. They're not going to recognize that they were just being passive aggressive. And if you bring it to their attention, most likely they're going to say, oh my God, I didn't mean that at all. Or something offensive, or oh my God, why did you ever think that? I would never mean to do that. And that's fine. It doesn't really matter because you don't need anyone else's validation. So this is why it's so important to keep working on yourself and, learn how to love yourself, because we can't avoid unhealthy people. We're going to come in contact with them, whether that's someone that we work with, a family member, whatever. And we have to learn how to be able to deal with these types of people and how to really hold on to our vibration and hold on to ourselves and not get wrapped up in this negative, energy or negative space that this person maybe wants us to come into or just is sitting in themselves. Two of the biggest phrases that are definitely passive aggressive, because when you're being passive aggressive, you're really just not dealing, again, like I said, you're not dealing with what you're feeling. So saying something like, I'm fine, and
No two bodies are the same. Sometimes you never got that message, but always flex from did. It protects against different flows for up to 0 leaks, and it flexes to fit all bodies for up to 0 feel. Feel it yourself with always flex from.
that is passive aggressive. Saying, fine, whatever. Passive aggressive because there's something there. And I'm sure a lot of men watching this right now can say that they've heard a woman say this, and men have said it too, and I have said it. So this is why I really loved this topic, was because I felt like, we've all kind of done this from time to time. And I think it's important to just recognize when you yourself tend to shut down, or when you tend to do the fine whatever, or, everything's fine, and you're not. So if you hear yourself say that, then it's just a matter of recognizing it and saying, look, I'm going to be honest, I'm actually not fine, but I don't want to get into a break this minute. I just need a break for a second. And just take a time out and take a step back and kind of reevaluate. That's always the best way to handle these types of situations, is sometimes just to take a step back, take a breather, collect your thoughts, and discuss it. So the point of me, going over this stuff was to really help you guys when you're in confrontation and these types of behaviors in other people. And I think it's important to recognize when we ourselves do some of these things, because we're human, and from time to time, we might have a feeling, we might be in a situation that feels really overwhelming, and you don't know how to deal with it. And sometimes these are along the way from whoever, parents, siblings, friends, what have you, people that raised us. It's important to recognize when we ourselves do these things and catch it when it's happening. So how do we deal with these types of people? I think number one, the most important thing you can ever do for yourself is the more you watch videos, the more you read about certain behaviors in people, whether it's, emotional abuse, whether it's narcissistic abuse, anything, and really learning about this stuff, because this is not something that we're learned or taught in school. And I think that number one will really help you to be aware as to when it's happening. And when you're aware that you're in a situation where someone is being passive aggressive or projecting or is narcissistic or whatever, it kind of gives you home field advantage, so to speak, and you can really get control of the situation and make sure that you don't let your emotions take over. This is where, because you know what's going on, this is a great starting point toward mastering your emotions and not getting involved in these negative interactions. The next thing, of course, is to stand up for yourself, but you want to do this in a healthy way. So we don't want to approach someone and, number one, tell them that they're being passive aggressive, or tell them that they're gaslighting you or whatever, because most of the times people are not going to acknowledge, you know what, you're right, I'm being so passive aggressive right now, God, I'm so sorry. That's probably not going to happen. So you want to come to the table from a calm and loving place, which is telling someone how you feel and what you think in terms of the situation. And we weren't taught these things. And if you're watching this video, I'm not saying all my viewers are codependent and people pleasers or anything like that, but if you have been emotionally abused your whole life, then it's going to be really hard when you start confronting people and when you start talking to people in a healthy way, which is you're holding on to yourself, you know what you think, you know how you feel, and you're just going to express that to someone, and you don't need them to agree with you, that is the best place that you can start from. Because what that means is the more you do something, the easier it gets. And the more you stand up for yourself, and the more you don't fear confrontation, because really, what's the worst that can happen? Someone says, oh, you're crazy, or oh, that didn't happen, or they use other forms of emotional abuse on you, then okay, it doesn't matter, because you know how to love yourself. You know how to take care of yourself in these situations. And I think that the more you learn how to discuss these things with people in a calm and healthy way and tell people what you think and how you feel, that builds self-confidence. That is self-loving. And that is true self-empowerment. So when people ask me, how do I increase my self-confidence and how do I learn how to love myself? Well, there's a lot of other ways of, to gain more confidence or to have more self-love, of course, but this is a huge thing. Because when you know someone is treating you unfairly or doing something that's abusive, and you are at a place where you're like, you know what, I'm not tolerating it anymore. And it's not a matter of getting angry and yelling and screaming and getting involved with someone. It's just a matter of saying, I love myself and I'm not dealing with this behavior anymore. And when you're ready to discuss these things, please let's discuss them. But for now, I'm not dealing with this behavior, and really learning when to disengage with someone and learning when to engage with someone and tell someone what you think and how you feel. I hope that this has helped you guys out there. If you have any questions, please let me know. And if you have any questions, don't forget to leave them down below and give this video a thumbs up if you like it. And I will see you guys next week.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome to this presentation on codependency, an addictive behavior resulting from insecure attachment. I'm your host, Dr. Dawn-Elise Snipes. In this presentation, we're going to start out by defining attachment and codependency, and then we'll explore codependency as a consequence of insecure attachment. We will also discuss ways codependency might also be conceptualized as a person or a relationship addiction, and then finish out by starting to identify a few strategies for people to begin recovering from codependency. Codependency is often regarded as a consequence of being in a relationship with someone with an addiction. Sometimes it's thought of as being an addiction itself, in which the relationship is what needs to be a relationship still. And I really want to challenge all of those and kind of put a big bow on it and say, yes, there's elements of all of those things that may exist, but being in a relationship with a person with an addiction is not necessary in order to develop a pattern of codependent relationships. This presentation is going to challenge you to look at codependency as a symptom of insecure attachment stemming often from childhood trauma that we commonly call ACEs, or adverse childhood experiences. So what is attachment? Attachment describes the quality of the relationship between people. And when we're little, we are supposed to develop a secure attachment with our primary caregivers. These are the people who are supposed to feed us when we're hungry, give us a blanket when we are cold, keep us safe when we're scared. They're the people that are supposed to, as we get older, learn to identify our emotions, tolerate that distress, cope with the distress, develop perspective-taking skills and the ability to empathize with other people, communicate how we feel and what our wants and needs are, set healthy boundaries, and develop self-esteem. Now, that's a lot of stuff. So if somebody doesn't have a secure attachment in infancy and childhood, they are often left scrambling to try to develop these skills. But as some people often say you don't know what you don't know. People don't know that they have low emotional intelligence unless we've presented the concept of emotional intelligence to them. So a lot of people who grew up in these environments in which the caregivers were struggling with mental health problems or addiction issues or maybe even environmental issues like poverty, that so they were working two jobs and they had difficulty being present. When they were home, they were just so freaking exhausted all the time. We want to look at those things. And I do want to underscore that adverse childhood experiences are not intended. A parent doesn't think to themselves, hey, I want to be emotionally unavailable to my kid. Most parents don't have children and go, you know what, you bother me. Most parents want to engage with their children when they can. So a lot of adverse childhood experiences and trauma is the result of parents or caregivers who were ill-equipped or unable or overwhelmed in some way. Insecure attachment is what results. If you don't have secure attachment, you have insecure attachment. And there are basically three styles of insecure attachment. The anxious attachment, this is the child or the adult who is terrified of being alone, terrified of abandonment, and is always on the lookout for, are you going to abandon me? They desperately want to be in relationships. They desperately crave that closeness, but they also desperately fear losing it. So they are constantly on guard, and that's exhausting. Then you have avoidant attachment, to recognize or to believe that nobody can be trusted, and it's not even worth investing emotional energy in other people. I just don't even have time. I don't want to be around you because you're going to leave me. I know you will disappoint me. I know you will let me down. So I just don't even want anything to do with it. You're not useful to me. So these are two different approaches to reacting to caregivers who are unable to meet a child's needs. Now the third type is a combination, and this is the person who vacillates between
Братья, твои регистрации, вот, в этой стране, наверное, потребуешь, может быть, мнение, вот, поэтому, да, я не считаю, что у вас должен быть всякий России.
Jesse.
Maybe connected venture capital firm or billionaire or government assisting us. It's very simple. Nations, the energies you have will not be and ethnically Russian Ukrainians who was recently fled to Russia. The diversity of opinions in Russia is actually quite colorful. People oppose the war for different reasons, and people support the war for different reasons. This is the thought that I was told it would be. This man said he supports the war because he's from Crimea. He also explained that the Russian people influence his government. He felt it. He regime.
И те люди, которые живут в Донецке, Луганске, и те, кто вот это все изображение киевского режима, они просто должны быть под нашей защитой.
This young man opposed the war because he said it doesn't align with his views on violence and human rights.
No, I don't. No, I don't support. Why? Why? Because it does connects with my views on philosophy, maybe human rights. No, I don't. It's our thing. Yeah, don't support violence.
These people explain a similar vein of thought. They explain that there must be a way to solve this issue without war and people dying.
Ну, как бы, я вообще против войны. Вот. Не хотела бы, чтобы там убивали людей. Вот. Как-то должно это по-другому решаться. Эти вопросы. А вы что, не слышали?
Some people I spoke with told me that the Ukrainian government that came to power in 2014 sees the people in these contested regions who are culturally Russian and ethnically Russian as a threat because they identify with the quote-unquote enemy, meaning Russia. And some people here in Russia believe it's Russia's responsibility to take control of these territories to protect what they see as their own people, even if these people are in fact on the other side of the Ukraine-Russia border. This man argued that the ethnically Russian people in Ukraine have been living horrible lives under the new Ukrainian government, and that the war is not with Ukraine, but with all of NATO.
Конечно, потому что они там жизнь была, не пойми чего было. Люди поговорили, сидели, щемились, и боялись уходить. И оттуда начинался конкретно. Во-первых, не с Украиной воюют, а с НАТО. Они начали придвигаться границы. А это опасно. Сами знаете. Если они близко будут, то до нас легко достать. Они могли бы идти из Белоруссии, но оказалось, что обычные Зеленский погнался за деньгами. Его и
This man, my taxi driver, slightly outside the city limits of Moscow, echoed the same thing. This girl in downtown Moscow said she doesn't know if she supports the government's actions or not because the Russian media is propaganda. She explained that at the same time, all the Western news media is propaganda. It's only possible to truly know what's going on if you're at the very top.
Это очень сложный вопрос, потому что то, что говорят по телевизору, нам не все говорят, и в мире тоже говорят не все, каждое телевидение говорит то, что им выгодно, поэтому четкого представления о том, что происходит, к сожалению, ни у кого, кроме вышестоящих лиц, нет. Поэтому говорить то, что да, это поддерживаю или нет, категорически нет, затрудняюсь. Мне нравится, что сейчас происходит в мире, и, естественно, то, что происходит обычно следствие того, что делают верхушки государства. И мне это очень нравится. Поэтому ничего хорошего я не думаю.
This girl, also in Moscow, explained that she doesn't believe Donbass should be a part of Russia because Ukraine is its own country, and what's going on there is their own business.
В общем, у меня была очень активная политическая позиция до 2014 года, патриотическая, а потом она резко испарилась, потому что нельзя просто брать и забирать территории других стран. Вот. В этой стране есть, наверное, какой-то controversial, может быть, мнение. Вот. Поэтому, да, я не считаю, что Донбасс должен быть частью России.
This young man explained that the contested regions should be a part of Russia because the people who live there are Russian.
Ну да, правильно. По измышлению, как минимум, говорящее, это не большинство. Как раз большинство изначально, в принципе, это исходно русские территории.
And this guy in downtown Moscow explained that protecting these people from Ukraine is Russia's responsibility. It's no surprise that supporters of the war were eager to talk to me. But what did surprise me was that Russians who were critics of the war and critics of me were willing to appear on camera and willing to speak to me as well. Before I came to Moscow, I didn't know if critics would be afraid to talk on camera and active opposition during the poll vote that could have led to an arrest. There were some people who did not want to talk with me, many during my visit to Prebujanski market.
Я не буду отвечать на этот вопрос. Провокационный вопрос.
In fact, a policeman did approach me in the camera crew to ask what we were doing. I stayed silent, and my Russian camera crew made up an excuse that we were just Russian bloggers. In that case, I was the one afraid of being arrested. For Other News, in Moscow, Russia, I'm Jeremy Lefebvre. I'm Jeremy Lefebvre. For Other News, I just touched down in Russia. So I was here in Moscow. But I just found me giving you the truth. We get geopolitical conflict all the time. Now, if you want to support this trip, go to RussianReports.com. That's RussianReports.com. For Other News, I'm Jeremy Lefebvre.
Je ne partirai pas sans ces diamants.
Ces diamants, je suis juste ici pour les tâches. Avec merci, c'est plus que c'est merci.
Oh my fucking god.
The Eyes of Texas used to be a popular folk thing, but today the song could be about other eyes, the eyes of
And we are live! Hello, everyone. Welcome to Common Sense, and thanks for being here. I am joined by Eleanor Oldfield. Look at this game podcast. We're really excited. You know, nine things for the podcast listeners.
We're supposed to be
You hate it?
right
Podcast.
listening to the podcast. We don't know how it's here. And so it's hot. You lose it.
All right, so we have many stories for you. Thanks for doing it. Please click thumbs up, leave a comment, say hello to folks, say hello to the community. Thanks for being here. We really do appreciate it. We got several stories, we saw in the title. There's apologies coming out of one of our largest cities for medical testing on inmates. We'll get to that in a minute. The latest
fucking amazingly hypocritical, hysterical, all of the words thing that Joe Biden just did. We've got a story on a death row inmate that definitely should not be there, and one of other stories as well. But just to list one more that we're getting to, the missile that hit Poland that could have sparked off World War III if Russia had bombed, if it meant that Russia had bombed a NATO country. For those of you who heard that story, you might have thought this sounds probably not true. And sure enough, we now have the proof. Not true, but we'll be getting to that as well. So, to start out, we are starting in the great state of brother-in-law. Sorry. State in terms of feeling.
The state of mind, you mean? An emotional state?
Emotional state of brother-in-law.
Yeah, so I have to admit, when one of these things,
Keep going. I just can't find it. Just keep talking.
when one of these events happens, when there's like a public apology, you can almost be assured that whatever happened was so atrocious that an apology is a laughable reaction to the initial horror that took place. And this is no different. So, Philadelphia apologizes for decades of medical experiments on black inmates that involved a component of Agent Orange. Wow.
And I don't want to jump the gun, but we do have to explain to some people what Agent Orange is.
Well, you can, it's a chemical weapon, basically.
Chemical weapon used in Vietnam. We claimed it was just a so all it was going to do was kill a plant, which is horrific enough. We're like fighting in jungle, so we're going to drop this thing made by Monsanto all over the place to kill all the plants. Of course, big surprise, this thing is also heavily carcinogenic and has for years has caused generations has caused people, not just me, which is horrific enough, but also Americans who were over there and died from things like lymphoma and other things.
And there are children still born that have extreme birth defects, such as arms and legs, or face
face blindness. They can't recognize people really.
I have brain blindness, physical and mental deformities the same to Agent Orange. So this is still being felt in Vietnam today, and a component of Agent Orange was used here at home, back on the home front, which there's a bit of a tangent here that we can go on, but I'll just briefly mention it. In a period where there's a turmoil, it is never something that just happens to other people. And I think it's really important to recognize that so that we understand how important anti-imperialism is for our agendas, for our perspectives on the world, the lens with which we look at issues. It is so important because, it's important because it happens to other people in our name, but also because it happens to us as Americans. And the most vulnerable Americans, which very often are black and brown folks and indigenous folks, and in this case, it's predominantly black inmates in Philadelphia. So this happened from the 1950s through the 1970s. Basically, what happened was University of Pennsylvania researcher Dr. Albert Friedman conducted dermatological, biochemical, and pharmaceutical experiments that intentionally exposed about 300 inmates to viruses, fungus, asbestos, and chemical agents, including dioxin, which is a component of Agent Orange. So it's not just Agent Orange, which would be fucking horrific enough. It's also viruses, fungus, asbestos, things that we are very well aware of that are detrimental to people's health. And this is reminiscent of what happened in concentration camps in World War II. People might be familiar with the name Dr. Mengele, who did all kinds of fucking experiments on people in the concentration camps.
I think we'll say is the honorific doctor. You know, well, we did that at school, all right? Let's give the guy the respect of his purpose. That's true. Like, would you call him, like, Mr. Hitler? That's true. I believe it was Hitler Esquire. No, Hitler Esquire. That's a good point, lady. Fuck this dude. Listen, he did not study that hard for 7 straight years to become Mr. Mangala.
But this is the same concept, right? You basically you test whatever the fuck things that you know are dangerous to humans. You test them on the
I'm so sorry. You're funny. You're funny.
That a lot of these inmates were just evading trial. Were trying to save money for bail for illiterate. So these are like the most vulnerable. These are poor black people in Philadelphia, poor black men in this case in Philadelphia, who were literally captive and had no they had no choice in the matter.
And I would also imagine, at least in all the instances of similar things that I've read, like the testing of MKUltra on inmates, they are not fully informed of what's going on. So you can be just guaranteed that they were told it's not harmful or whatever.
Well, I'm assuming that they're mentioning. I don't know this, but I'm assuming they're mentioning that they were illiterate because there was possibly some piece of paper that was shown to them, like, oh, here's what it is, and of course, if you can't read, then what the fuck is a piece of paper that explains the potential hazards of this if they were even that honest about it?
Yes, and Daniel in the comment section brings up one of the most famous experiments done on black people in America, where the Tuskegee experimentation with syphilis, I believe.
Somebody said what happened, and I guess you're asking about the inmates. There isn't a lot of information specifically about the inmates here, but it says that they would go on to have money bars and other issues from the experiments, which I guess is not surprising if they're doing this fucking Agent Orange and fungus and viruses. And actually said that we should try this is the right? This is where the apology leak was strongest. A group of inmates filed a lawsuit against the university and Clinton in 2000, but it was thrown out because of the statute of limitations. So, riddle me this, Philadelphia. What the fuck good is your apology when people tried to seek out a basic form of justice in terms of our courts for poisoning people who were in cages against their will, against their knowledge, but that wouldn't go through because it was too late. And somehow your apology is going to smooth over all of it. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, this is so America, right? Like, I'm sorry, it's really, you know what, that was our bad. Sorry about that, but you know what, let's move on. Let's